It's every year. This is Austin Reeves. Every year. And I don't want to make videos like this. I don't. I know I have to. I know I'm critical of Austin Reeves, but he wants $40 million, even $30 million. He wasn't even a $15 million player last night. Rui has been better in the 3 games Reeves has played than Austin Reeves. I'd rather give Rui $30 million than give Reeves this. Again, he's a Laker. I don't want to have to come on and criticize him and talk about how cheeks he is and all this stuff. I don't.
Let me see you go.
Bro, it's time to talk about Austin Reeves, bro. I promise you, I'm about to start putting this man in convos that some of y'all not ready for. Austin easy. So far this NBA season. The buckets that he getting, the numbers he's posting up, it's ridiculous, bro. I said this like last year, bro. Austin Reeves, third option. He better than some of your first options. Some of y'all sat there and thought I was tripping. Y'all thought I was lying, but no. We here, baby. We here.
Let's go this one. Jamal Murray won a chip. Don't want to hear it. Oh, I'm assuming that was to your comment, Jason, about other guards that have struggled in the playoffs this year.
Yeah, I think that Denver Nuggets team wins the title if Austin Reeves from this year is healthy and in rhythm next to Jokic.
Let me see you go.
Think Denver, this year's Denver Nuggets?
No, from 2023.
Oh, for 2020. Okay, gotcha.
Not to say, guys, I do think Jamal Murray has proven to be a better playoff player than Austin. My point is the point I was trying to make is, as the league has gotten more physical and the best teams in the league have been so good on defense, skill guards all around the league are struggling. Jalen Brunson is really the only dude who's thriving as a small, unathletic on-ball guard in this environment.
And Jalen Brunson is very, very physically strong. That certainly helps him in that type of situation.
Good point.
Fanhood, there's levels in fanhood. You a fanboy because you don't represent the hood, you represent the player. So don't pretend that representing a player and representing a team is the same thing. So watch your fanboy mouth anytime you vlog on my name. Let's slow it down.
Let's slow it down, folks. Let's slow it down, man. What is going on, folks? What is going on, man? Shout out to everybody that's tuned in, folks. I mean, you guys see the title of the show. You guys see the thumbnail, man. Yeah, man. The fakers, these people continue to embarrass themselves. I mean, it's just a joke. It's just a joke what's going on. So yeah, that's what we're here to, kind of discuss. There's a few other topics that I wanted to get into, obviously, as well. Gilbert Arenas, this dude's crashing out. Aston's brother, I think his name is Spencer. Yeah, this dude took to Twitter with some interesting comments about what Lonzo Ball had to say yesterday. So there's a few topics, folks, that I want to get into. I really want to start, since I mentioned it, with Aston's brother, Spencer. Okay? I want to start with Spencer, right? So yeah, we'll probably start with Spencer, folks. But yeah, shout out to everybody that's tuned in. Shout out to Tal Assassin. We got Banco. We got Victor. Okay. We got Skinner. Okay. We Messy TV. Top Fly High. What's going on, man? Swagger Brown, what up, man? King J, what's going on, man? BS for you. I see you. Shout out to the crazy dude. We got Malcolm. Eric, what up, man? You said LeBron guys are in the building?
LeBron fans.
We are in the building, man. We got E King. What's going on, man? Mike 298, what's going on? We got 23 GOAT, man. Titus, what up? Folks, let's get to Aston's brother. Can we start with Aston's brother first, folks? Let's pop the show off with some comedy. Right? Let's start the show with a little bit of comedy, something that can, amuse us all. Okay? So, yesterday, Lonzo Ball Lonzo Ball, he made news yesterday because he was on a podcast and he basically, told the truth about Aston. Okay. He says Aston isn't worth anything close to 240 million. Okay. Now, where Lonzo lost me, okay, is when he said that Aston, he would give Aston 150. Right? That's where Lonzo lost me. You guys know I've been a big advocate for getting this sorry Saltine off of the Lakers for years now. And this sorry Saltine is still here, and the Lakers keep losing because of this sorry Saltine. So yeah, Lonzo Ball says he wouldn't offer Aston 240, but he did say that he would offer him 150, and he's gonna take that. Well, obviously he would take the 150. You want to know why? Because he doesn't deserve 150, So clearly, right, he would take really anything more than what he turned down, which was the 90 million last summer. Right? So let's take a listen, folks, to what Lonzo Ball had to say yesterday.
I think AR should get 241.
You said what?
241?
241?
He's up at 5-year 241.
I'm not doing it.
Austin Reeves.
Austin Reeves, my fault. Yeah.
I'm not doing it.
Jello?
If he's on my team, he'll be my fourth.
Absolutely not.
I'm not
Absolutely
spending
not.
that on him.
No.
I don't think you can do
With
it.
today's market, you can't do it.
You can't do
I
that.
think you can.
I don't think it's my
I
thing
think
is, bro.
150.
It's not like a smack in the face. Like we're not trying to discredit him, but it's like
Yeah, I'm not discrediting.
it's
I got 150 for him, and he's taking that shit.
for sure.
Are you if you're the Lakers, are you moving him?
What are you saying? No.
I would try.
Yeah, because
I'd
you got
move him.
Luka.
I would try.
I'd move him.
Bron might
He's
be
not
out of there.
Could he have a better year than he had this year?
I don't feel like, first of all, this is my take. I don't feel like you can win big with him. That's just my opinion.
Like-
he doesn't play enough defense.
Yeah, like
I asked him,
like,
you
he
taking
doesn't
AJ
rebound.
Mitchell or
Take it who?
AJ Mitchell or Reeves?
I'm AJ Mitchell.
taking
That's going
Reeves.
crazy right
we
now.
also
AJ
said,
Mitchell.
would you have a,
Issue.
AJ Mitchell, nice though.
who would
AJ
help the
Mitchell,
team
nice.
more right now? Andrew Wiggins or Austin Reeves?
On the Lakers?
Yeah.
Austin
Like,
Reeves.
y'all
Austin
gonna stop disrespecting Austin Reeves.
Yeah,
I think
Austin
Andrew
Reeves.
Wiggins.
I
I
mean,
think,
He can move,
I think
bro.
if you have Luka and LeBron healthy, Andrew Wiggins is a better piece for them because he plays
yeah, I
defense.
just like he. Because
Overall,
I feel like what he does, like he's not doing anything that's
fit what
gonna
he
really
does.
like take them over the top to get to where you got to get to. He's good. Don't get me twisted,
But
but
what he be doing that's bad though.
I don't feel like he plays defense. He don't rebound, in my opinion.
Gives you 30 though.
No D though.
I mean, you trading 30s. Look at the OKC series. You
no
trading
D is
30s.
big
Like
time, though.
he getting 30, but he giving up 30.
But this is the thing: if you're trying to win a championship, I'm not at this point. If I'm the Lakers, I got a window with Luka. There's a window.
Yep.
You think?
Oh yeah.
Where he gonna go?
Yeah, you don't think he's staying there?
No. I'm saying like
How long you can win
you
with
see
them like
these
this.
young niggas?
Yeah. They
You see the ants? You see the Wimbies? You see the
Spurs,
Coopers pulling up? Like this shit ain't gonna keep getting easier. This shit's about to get hard, huh?
26? How old is he?
No, he's young. I'm saying as far as the team construction, you got to put a certain amount of team. You got to put a certain team around Luka.
So do you move Bron? Does Bron stay there?
I think Brown's going.
I'll keep Brown before AR. My opinion.
You're keeping or kicking?
I think for
I'm
Braun to go
keeping
to
him.
Cleveland and just
Keeping
end
him.
his career in Cleveland.
Yeah, I think he's about to do the farewell at
And
Cleveland.
take Bronny with you too.
So Bron leaves. So Bron leaves. Are you keeping
take
Austin
Bron.
Reeves?
Good storyline, right?
it is,
That's
yeah.
a great storyline.
Finish where he started.
Do you keep Austin Reeves then if Bron walks?
I think, but not for 2 something.
Yeah.
So you're saying bring Austin Reeves back?
For 150.
Give him 240.
Are you beating OKC?
240 is a lot.
Are you beating the
Them or
Spurs? Are you beating the
but-
Spurs?
No,
thing is, who else are you gonna
no,
Are you beating Minnesota?
no.
No.
I'm better off getting
Not
a
with
haul
Reeves.
for Austin Reeves than I am with Austin Reeves.
Giannis.
But what are you getting for him, though?
So if I got, let's say I went to Denver.
And
I
ask
got
for-
Tim, Paul. I keep calling him Paul.
Peyton Watson.
Watson.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I
And-
would trade him for Peyton Watson
I
straight
trade
up.
for Peyton
But that's the
Watson.
thing.
Straight up.
Peyton
I
Watson.
would.
I said that.
He gives you more.
That's
Because if
winning.
I got Luka, I'm cool on offense, honestly. I can get
Yeah.
a
That's
big.
fair.
That's
That's
You need
my
guys that
point.
play defense.
You have
with
to
that.
build
Defense, I
around
can put
Luka.
You
Peyton.
have to
Yeah.
protect Luka to
Yeah.
an extent
Exactly.
Yeah.
I
because
am in
he's
the corner.
doing so much on the
You gotta give him
offensive
dogs,
end.
man.
That's why he got to the championship. You had a fucking alpha in Kyrie.
Yeah.
Yep.
Kyrie's an outlier, right? Then you
His
had
athletes.
PJ,
Yeah.
Yep.
Gaffer.
Derrick
Dogs.
Jones,
Lively.
Dogs.
Gab.
Austin Reeves. Foul baiter.
Go have me on a late night mission, pulling up.
So, you guys heard what Lonzo Ball and this other pod trash. You guys heard what they were saying about Aston, right? Pretty much everybody on this, panel of 7 people, pretty much all of them came to the conclusion that you can't win with Aston and that he has to go, right? Like, Laker fans are tired of getting their cheeks clapped. Lonzo and his friends, his conglomerates, his brother, Jello, all these dudes are, LA natives. Lonzo's a former Laker himself, right? Lonzo's probably like, yo, I got traded for being ass too. Like, how is this dude about to get 240 for being ass? And they traded me for being ass, right? So Lonzo's not feeling, 241 for Aston. He's like, no. Now obviously, he's not going to fully violate him. So he's like, he threw him a bone. He's like, I'll give him 150 and he'll take it. But for me personally, I think Lonzo, that's where he lost me. I'm not giving Aston 150. I told you guys what his value is. People continue to say that I'm trolling. His value is between a vet minimum and a mid-level exception. That's his value. Like I said, on a long-term deal, I think the most I'd be willing to do is a D-Lo deal from a few years ago. You guys remember when D-Lo signed for like 2 years, 30-something million, right? Like, to me, I still think that's a little bit insane because now you're giving him Rui Hachimura money, and I don't think he's better than Rui. Me personally, I don't think he's better than Rui. So, we saw what Rui did in the playoff. Rui was better than Aston. I mean, we got to just be honest. Rui's better than Aston. So me personally, would I even give him Rui money? No. I would say if I'm running the Lakers, listen, I'll keep you, but number one, you got to reduce your role. You got to go back to the bench. So that's number one. You got to go to the bench. And number two, like I said, the most I would give him is, like I said, a vet minimum, between a vet minimum and a mid-level exception, between $2 to $6 million a season. And he's got to come off the bench. So we're talking about a Jake LaRavia type contract. And I think that that's fair. Seriously, like Constellar, I'm not even trying to be funny, dude. I'm dead serious. He should be getting paid around what Jake LaRavia gets paid. $6 million a season. It's that simple. So apparently, Aston's brother Spencer, right? Spencer got a hold of these comments, folks. And this is what Spencer had to say. So Spencer, he took to Twitter about 8 hours ago. And he says they need to stop selling mics at Best Buy. So this is what Spencer, Aston's brother, this is what Spencer said about Lonzo Ball's comments, folks. They need to stop selling mics at Best Buy. All right. So I saw this tweet by Spencer, and then I tweeted Spencer. I said, the jig is up, buddy. Okay? The jig is up. And I showed him the facts. Okay? I screenshotted Spencer the facts. At the end of the day, folks, you know, we can keep pandering to a sorry saltine, or we can get serious about trying to compete with the other teams out west. You guys right now are worried about OKC and San Antonio. What about the Mavericks? They're going to be coming. What about Utah? They're going to be coming. Are you guys in a position to compete with the teams that are going to be coming next season? No. You're not in a position to compete with the teams that are going to be much improved next season. You're not in a position to compete with those teams. Those teams have way more assets. They have way better younger players than you. They're going to have way more flexibility than you to make moves. So, I mean, at some point, we have to start getting serious here. You guys have trolled long enough. You've been trolling for the last 4 summers. Look at the dude's record. And I've been going back and forth with these fanboys on Twitter all day. Soon as you show them this, they start blaming Jake LaRavia. They start blaming the role players that don't even play like that. Don't even have the ball in their hands like that. Seriously, go on my Twitter page. You'll see. Soon as you show them this graphic, then it's now all of a sudden it's a team game. Oh, this is a team stat. Well, yeah. Why do you think we keep losing? Because he's on our team. Like, what are we talking about? What are we talking about? Why do you think you'll show the fanboys this graphic? The first thing they're gonna say is it's a team game. Oh, this is a team stat. Oh, this isn't Aston's fault. It's a team stat. Yeah, this is our record because he's on our team. Hello, what's not registering? Hello. Snap out of it, Faker fans. Wake up. The Mavericks are coming. Utah's coming. OKC's here. The Spurs are here. Jesus Christ, man.
Austin Reeves. Foul baiter.
Go have me on a late night mission, pulling up.
Y'all keep trolling, bro. These other teams ain't playing around, gang. They're serious. Y'all keep trolling. I've never seen this before. It's been, I could see, y'all had a point in 2023, even though I was early when I was calling for this fraud to get traded in 2023, even though I was early. Some of y'all were like, oh, let's just give him time. Let's just see if he's going to get better. Okay. Bro, it's been 4 straight summers. Summer 23, summer 24, summer 25, summer 26. He's had 4 summers. Y'all didn't give Russ 4 summers. Russ has an MVP. Y'all niggas didn't give Russ this long to get better. You didn't give D'Lo 4 summers. Why all of a sudden why should we continue to give him any more time? Niggas is blaming the roster. No, man, no. Y'all are not going to blame the roster. When it was LeBron and AD, we blamed the roster. You want to know why, folks? I told this to somebody earlier. One of these fanboys that I was arguing with earlier. I said when LeBron and AD were here, we blamed the roster construction. You want to know why? Because we already had proof of concept that we could win with a LeBron James AD duo. We had proof of concept. I'm not about to sit up here and let these fanboys blame the roster construction in a Luka, Austin Reeves world. Because we don't even know if we can win with Luka and Aston. Forget Jake LaRavia and them. Can we win with you? You got fanboys literally on Twitter today talking about, oh, the reason why, the Lakers keep losing is because of the bench. It's because of this. It's because of that. I'm like, but wait a second. The team was good enough to get y'all the 4th seed, though. But when you get your ass beat, now you want to blame Thero and you want to blame Bronny? Now you want to blame Jake LaRavia? You wasn't blaming Jake LaRavia when y'all was winning games. But soon as you get your ass whooped, now all of a sudden you want to blame Jake LaRavia. I'm getting tired of these people, man. I really, truly am. I'm getting tired. So like I said, man, this clown Spencer, I get it. He's defending his sorry-ass brother. So I get it. I get it from that perspective. But we're not finna sit up here and play these games with Aston or his brother. Your brother sucks. He should be overseas with you. But LeBron James saved you, Aston, and your entire family's bloodline. He saved you guys' bloodline. LeBron James did. When he made sure Aston got a spot on the Lakers. And that was the worst thing LeBron James has ever done. And I don't criticize my GOAT often, but that was the worst thing he ever did. And I'm standing on that.
I said what I said. I said what I said.
The worst, he should have let that bum go to the South Bay Lakers where he was headed. The worst thing LeBron ever did was speak up for this bum, Aston Reeves. That fraud was headed to the South Bay Lakers, folks. Where he belongs. He's a G League player. He's a G League player. Cosplaying as a starter. And then you guys wonder why you can't win.
Because he like to make my soundbite part of his show. I never seen nothing like this, where somebody that's a different blogger on a different screen takes your soundbite and DJs your shit. Like, he's like a fucking DJ.
Pray the fakes get exposed.
I'm him. I'm him.
Pray the real live forever.
I'm him.
Pray the fakes get exposed.
Shout out to Top Rated for the $2 super chat. We got 444. He says blaming players that were barely getting any playing time is diabolical. This is what they're doing on Twitter, man. Cause it was a thing today, 444, right? It was a whole thread going on Twitter once his brother responded to, what Lonzo Ball had said. It was a whole thing today on Twitter. He was damn near trending, right? So look at this fanboy. So he says team record, by the way, LOL. Yeah, he's the reason the team can't win, LOL. No, he's not. Has he had bad games? Sometimes, yeah. But the roster construction was the main reason. Yeah, he's the problem on the roster. Folks, these fanboys talking about roster construction. Yeah, Aston he's the problem with the roster construction. He's the problem. Look, what I tell y'all, first thing they do is start blaming role players. LaRavia got benched. Vando isn't usable on offense. Back up to Luka's Bronny. Adu Thero ain't got reps yet. Marcus Smart, even though he's our best defender, be shot chucking. Kennard is a spot up. Not saying there's nothing to complain about Aston, but he most definitely ain't the main issue. I said the Lakers were the 4th seed. The roster can't be as sorry as you're making it out to be. The reality is that Aston is never better than the guys he's competing against. Let me repeat that. The reality is that Aston is never better than the guys he's competing against. You're comparing him to his teammates. I'm comparing him to the competition. We are not the same. You see what they do, chat? Whenever the Lakers get their asses whooped, they start blaming Aston's teammates. They compare Aston to his teammates. I'm not comparing Aston to his teammates to come to my conclusion. I'm comparing Aston to Bruce Brown and them, KCP and them, Jamal Murray and them, Michael Porter Jr. and them, Mike Conley and them, Anthony Edwards and them, Jaden McDaniels and them, Nickeil Alexander-Walker and them, SGA and them, Jared McCain and them, AJ Mitchell and them, Cason Wallace and them. That's who I'm comparing Aston to. These fanboys, they compare Aston to our team. Are we playing against each other, chat? I'm trying to figure this out. What are we talking about? Are we playing? Is it Lakers versus the Lakers? What are we talking about? Is it Lakers versus Lakers, or is it Lakers versus Nuggets? Is it Lakers versus Lakers, or is it Lakers versus Minnesota? Is it the Lakers versus the Lakers, or is it Lakers versus OKC? We are not the same. Y'all are not on my level when it comes to breaking this stuff down. I've exposed y'all 1,000 times. I've been exposing this fraud for 4 straight seasons, and these fanboys still don't get it. They still don't get it. This is what Jovan Booty does. This is what the Mayonnaise Media does. When you talk about Aston, they say, oh, well, he was better than Luke Kennard. Well, he was better than Rui. Nigga, that ain't saying much. They suck too. What is this, the battle of the trash? What are we talking about? Rui sucks. Luke Kennard sucks. Jake LaRavia sucks. Your whole team sucks. So now, because he's the best shitty player we got, he's good? That's where the bar is, folks. That's how low the bar is, man. That's how you know the Lakers don't have nothing. They don't have no assets. They don't have no young talent. They don't have nothing. The Lakers are so pathetic. We're comparing sorry players to other sorry players on the roster. Niggas is comparing Aston to Jake LaRavia. 2 bums. 2 bums managed by the same person. They got the same agent. The agent, he got a whole roster of clients, and they're all bums. They're all bums. But he's good because he's better than another bum. So he's the best bum. Wow, he's the best bum. Wow, we gotta whip out the ass chart. Wow. So Jake LaRavia is FBA, but Aston's, he's better because Aston's cheeks. You're still ass. It don't matter if you're cheeks, if you're full-blown ass, if you're booty, if you're buns or if you're butt. It's all ass.
Austin Reeves.
Go have me on the neck like this shit. Really know.
These niggas is clowns, bro. These folks is clowns. I didn't know there's like I said, chat. The last time I checked, ass is ass. It's all ass at the end of the day, man. I don't care if it's butt, if it's buns, if it's booty, if it's cheeks, if it's FBA. Ass is ass. But no, they want us to give Ashton credit because he's a little bit better than the rest of the ass we got on the damn roster. What are we talking about? He says, and even then, there was a point in time you could argue he could have been an all-star this year had he not gotten injured. Oh, wow. Not him bringing up Aston's 2-month all-star campaign. He could have been an all-star. Yeah, coulda, woulda, shoulda. If was a fifth, we'd all be drunk. We gave him credit. He was an all-star for 2 months. We gave him his credit. Unfortunately, he didn't make the all-star team. I'm sorry. He didn't make it. He faked injuries to preserve his fake stats. We remember what happened after that Spurs game, right? When De'Aaron Fox cooked his goofy ass, made him look stupid, and people talking about he's better than De'Aaron Fox. No, the fuck he's not. When De'Aaron Fox cooked his goofy ass, after this game, he faked an injury. He wasn't hurt. He faked an injury. I said, so not only can he not win games against other playoff teams, he's also injury prone. Got it. Look, damn, you must have forgot basketball is a team sport. Aston can go crazy in all those games, and they'd probably still lose a decent amount. I said, yeah, because of him. He says, so you're saying all those losses are mainly because of Aston? The second, third best player on the team? Yeah, I be watching damn near every game, and that's fucking false. I'll keep it real because I love basketball in general, but yeah, no fucking shot. LOL. I said, then you're not being objective. You're being a fanboy. That's fine. But just say that. I've shown you the results, and then you start blaming role players that don't even play. Don't tell me how great he is, and then when the team loses, you don't want to hold him accountable. He says, I'm a big fan of Aston for show, but I'm not just blaming role players and not holding AR accountable. Like I said before, he has bad games, and yeah, maybe some, if he had performed better, they would have won, but absolutely no way he takes all the blame. Okay, well then he shouldn't be paid like a star if we can't blame him when the team loses. We know we can win with LeBron and AD. It makes sense to blame roster construction with them. Luka never won, and neither has Aston. Before we start blaming role players, are we even sure they can win? He says, I guarantee you with a balanced, well put together roster, they can compete with the Spurs and the Thunder 100%. I love AD and Bron, but AD's injuries were piling up, and Bron's already up there in age. Unless Bron took a pay cut, I don't know if we should keep him for how much he is at his age. I said, you see how you're quick to blame LeBron and AD? I can't take you seriously because you don't keep the same energy with Luka and Aston. Luka won 2 playoff games in 3 years, and he's in his prime. Think about that for a second. Luka has won 2 playoff games in 3 years. And he's in his prime. He missed 10 playoff games this year. Aston is an 8th man who y'all want to be a starter. Look, folks, more excuses. I didn't even see this crap. I didn't even see this nonsense. He says last playoffs against the Wolves, Luka and AR were both injured. So why were they on the floor? You know, this is chat. You guys see it for yourselves. This is what these fanboys do. They always have an excuse when these guys get their asses beat. Didn't he just blame Anthony Davis for always being hurt? Well, Luka missed this year. He missed 10 playoff games this year. And now you're saying he was injured last year? So how is this any different from Anthony Davis then, nigga? Every single season they have an excuse for why these niggas getting their asses beat. So now they were hurt, but they were on the floor? No, they got their asses beat. They weren't hurt, nigga. Any pain that was, inflicted upon them, it was at the hands of the Minnesota Timberwolves guards whooping their ass. That's the only pain they felt. Was that belt to that white ass of theirs. That's how they got hurt. Niggas put belt to that white ass. That was the only thing that was hurting once that series was over, was Aston and Luka's cheeks. That's what was hurting, their cheeks. Their cheeks were on fire. Them boys ran a gangbang on Luka. That's what happened. So he said, he said Luka and AR were both injured. That's a lie. They played. They just got their asses beat. You said that shit was well documented. No, it wasn't. That's a lie. Obviously, they still played and you got to still compete, but just saying, LOL. I'll most definitely keep the same energy with Luka and Aston, but I'm just stating facts. Aston's for sure a 6th man at worst. I'm not responding back to this dude, man. I don't even see. This is my first time reading this stupid shit. I ain't responding back to this clown. This clown's a fucking goofy. Okay, shout out to St. Matthew with the $20 super chat. Appreciate you, man.
Yeah, I gotta be honest, Big Tone. I had to fall back from your boy, man, the locker room, man.
Man, I've been telling you, nigga, you ain't want to listen.
Nah, it's not that I didn't.
That boy is a two-way player, bro. He's the only nigga.
Two-way player.
He's a two-way player, bro. He's the only nigga that keep LeBron picture up no matter what he's talking about.
Yo, Big Tone, the dude was talking. Like, my thing is, anytime you beat him in a debate, he always got a condescending narrative, like, oh, you guys don't know basketball and all of this shit. So I'm like, all right, well, debate me then. He like, oh, nobody debates. We just fans. Our debates don't matter. And I'm like, so why the fuck you got a show called The Smoke Show? Like, it's just too much of moving the goalposts for me. And it's like, I just did basketball talk. I ain't talk about none of the extra corny shit he was doing, but just basketball talk. When it came down to basketball content, I was whooping his ass. And he got disrespectful. He got disrespectful to somebody on my panel, so I stopped fuck with him. You know how I know it was bad? He came all the way. He came to my Facebook. Like, I never seen nobody go from sorting somebody out on Facebook from YouTube.
You heard it.
Like, bruh, I went to his page. He kept calling. He kept putting my picture. I said, yo, you keep putting my picture up. Because he like to make my soundbite part of his show. I never seen nothing like this, where somebody that's a different blogger on a different stream takes your soundbite and DJs your shit. Like, he's like a fucking DJ.
We got Matthew. Shout out to Matthew. He says, love the energy tonight. Reggie, let Aston walk. Don't sign him to shit. Lonzo's tripping with that take. Shout out to GOAT James, telling the organization to explain where the money's going if it's not going to him. Exactly, folks. Exactly. Good stuff. Good stuff, folks. He said, notice how white men need perfect conditions to be successful at anything. Everyone else gets it done. He said, Luka needs the right team. Aston needs the right roster. They can never perform without everything being molded to their weaknesses.
There's literally channels dedicated to low basketball IQ that just like to shred guys like Austin Reeves. I never knew till somebody pointed me in that direction. I couldn't even watch 5 seconds of it, bro. I lost brain cells just being there. There's some real Bron Glazers that just like to hate on everybody not named LeBron, and they're looking really silly right now because, you know, they like to talk trash about me for giving Austin Reeves his obvious due props. Another 30 piece. What you got to say now, clown? You know, so it's like they always got something to say, man. Get these clowns off of my TV screen. Listen, I'll never go back on that channel, not even for 5 seconds.
Because they like to talk trash about me for giving Austin Reeves his obvious due props. Another 30 piece. What you got to say now, clown? Incredible stuff.
They're not Laker fans if they're not happy about LeBron joining the team. So, you know, there was some unrest and some uneasiness, and I just think those are troublemakers that you know, they don't get it. I think Los Angeles is going to be very proud of the way that LeBron will represent the Lakers team, and they're going to fall in love with him too.
This is how pathetic the Lakers are, man. We're now comparing Aston to other sorry players on the roster. We're now comparing Aston to other sorry players on the roster just to make a case for this dude. That is actually disturbing. That is actually disturbing. Look at this dude, folks. Somebody just responded to the post that I just made about an hour ago. I said, I don't care who the Lakers fire or who they hire. If the plan is to build a team around Luka and Aston, they will never win or be taken seriously. So speaking of who the Lakers hired or fired, right? So there's been this, report going around, folks, today about the Lakers, firing a bunch of people related to, the business aspect of, the Lakers. I don't know if a lot of you guys heard about it, but that was what the report was. The Lakers had a round of layoffs today affecting a number of different departments as the team conducted a reorganization after its sale a year ago. Was described to me as a brutal day inside the team offices, right? So people were talking about this. People were talking about this earlier. Was any of this surprising to me? No. When a new ownership group comes in, eventually they're going to get rid of everybody and hire their own people. I mean, that's just what's going to happen. Nobody's going to buy a house, right, to then live with the people that used to live in it. I mean, that doesn't make any sense, right? That makes no sense at all. You know, if I bought the house, right, I want you to get out, okay? I want to decorate this house and, you know, make renovations and, you know, do what I want to do in this home now. So, you know, Mark Walter, they took over, I believe, last October. So here we are, you know, 5-6 months later. And yeah, you know, a bunch of people got laid off today. But, you know, like I said, you know, to me, it doesn't really matter, you know, what goes on behind the scenes in the front offices. Nothing matters to me. I don't care who the Lakers fire or who they hire. You know, they hired some, you know, I don't know what this dude is. They hired some Indian yesterday. You know, I guess he's going to be the assistant GM or whatever. Some aerospace engineer nerd dweeb, I guess. I don't know what he is, where he came from. But yeah, they hired him yesterday. So yeah, you know, they've been firing people. I don't care. You know, I don't care who the Lakers fire or who they hire. If the plan is to build a team around the sorry saltines, which is Luka and Aston, they will never win or be taken seriously. Now, when I say be taken seriously, I'm talking about on the floor, right? Obviously, it's the Lakers and, you know, it's a serious business, obviously. I'm talking about on the floor. You know, you're not winning with sorry saltines. It's just not going to happen. So that's kind of what this tweet was about an hour ago. So somebody says, I told you, bro, it's not working like you want it to. Okay, I don't know what you're talking about. He says, bro thinks he's cooking with this post. Last playoff run, Lakers lacked a center against the Wolves because of the Luka trade. Okay, so how did the trade make sense then? You traded your center for another guard? I mean, so how does that make any sense then? So you agree the trade was stupid if you lost your starting center, right? Okay. Then you said this year they played the best defensive team in OKC. Okay. So what is that supposed to mean? So they got their ass beat. Okay, cool. That record means nothing to intelligent people, but you can continue your asinine discourse versus AR. Now, let's take a quick look at who this guy is. This is Armando. Okay, this is who I'm beefing with on Twitter. This is who I'm beefing with, chat. This is Armando, the Faker fan. Okay. This is who I'm beefing with. A fucking 14-year-old. A 14-year-old Mexican. Okay. This is why the NBA is a clown show. Okay. This is why the NBA is a clown show. Our league has been hijacked. It's been ransacked. It's been destroyed. We've been infiltrated. Okay? Y'all got me arguing on Twitter with Mexicans about basketball. Do you guys understand how disrespectful this is for me? So yeah, I won't be responding to the Mexican. You said for the he said for the which he's been hurt all throughout those games. Keep showing us how much of a casual you are. What? he's been hurt all throughout those games. So now he's been hurt. So chat, I post this graphic, right? And now you got people on Twitter talking about he's been hurt all these games. What? So now he's been hurt all. So okay, so not only does he suck, he's also injury prone. How does this help your argument? How does this help your argument? This is incredible, man. He said this guy's takes are ass. He said weird ass nigga. Dre Day said preach. He said big facts. Somebody else said 100. And then we got this dude. He says you are stupid. The Mavs went to the finals built around Luka. Grow up, idiot. Yeah, and what happened? Let me respond to this dude. Give me 1 second. Yeah. And what happened, pussy? Luka got those white ass cheeks clapped in 5 games. Did you think we forgot? Devin Booker got to the finals. So, what's your point? Exactly. Fuck out of here. Fuck is this nigga talking about? Nigga talking. This nigga said, he said, you are stupid. The Mavs went to the finals built around Luka. Yeah, and what happened? Pussy. Luka got those white ass cheeks clapped in 5 games. Did you think we forgot? Devin Booker got to the finals. So what's your point? Exactly. A lot of niggas get to the finals. Jimmy Butler got to the finals twice. What's your point? Oh, that's right. You don't have one. The fuck out of here. I don't care because he got to the finals. He got his cheeks. He got his cheeks clapped in 5 games. It wasn't even close. Okay, shout out to Tal Assassin with the $5 super chat.
Austin Reeves. Foul baiter.
Got me on a late night mission, pulling up.
You said LeBron's already telling us the next move. If it's true he wants to stay in LA, he takes less. Big changes coming. If he takes the max, what's next, Reg? Once again, if you think Tal Assassin, LeBron James is playing for a veteran minimum contract, I just don't know what to tell you. I mean, I don't know what to tell you, dude. Now, will LeBron take, maybe $2, $3, $4, $5 million less? Right? If you're talking, let's just say the max is, 50, and they're like, hey, LeBron, we want to, use some of this money to go get somebody else. And we want to, use this $5 million to go get somebody else. So we're going to offer you 45. Would he do that? Okay, that's reasonable. I think LeBron would do that. But if you think LeBron is going to go from making 50 million to making 25, then I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. That's not going to happen. That is not going to happen. We got Anubis in chat. He says LeBron already came out and said he's not taking the vet minimum. Get this clown out of here. Yeah, I mean, like I said, Tal Assassin, listen, it just depends on, you know, how much of a discount we're talking here. You know, I mean, people were saying, you know, he needs to take a veteran minimum. I mean, if you think LeBron James is going to play for a veteran minimum contract, I mean, that's just insanity. I mean, what is a veteran minimum? $2 million a year? LeBron could make that sitting on his ass. LeBron could make that in sports media, right? I mean, that don't even make any sense. You don't think a network would pay LeBron more than $2 million to call games? I mean, y'all seen what Fox gave to Tom Brady. What do you think one of these networks would give LeBron James to call games next year? He's going to make way more than a veteran minimum salary. So you think he's going to go play for a veteran minimum salary? I mean, that's just diabolically insane. You're just not you're not very smart if you think that's going to be the case. I'm not saying Tal Assassin, you're saying that, but you know, for anybody out there that ever thought LeBron would take a veteran minimum contract, I mean, that's just diabolically insane. We got PC. You said Faker fans called AD street clothes, but they give Aston and Puka a pass for their injuries. Fucking insane. At this point, they need to just go ahead and admit that they hate blacks. Exactly. I mean, that's really what this boils down to. You know? I mean, we all know how the Mexicans get down, right? We all know how the Mexicans get down. You know, it's just kind of nasty what the Mexicans do. So, I mean, we got to look at the demographics too, right? Let's pull up the demographics in LA. Let's pull up the demographics, okay? So this is what we're up against, chat. Los Angeles is a highly diverse, majority minority city. The largest demographic is Hispanic or Latino at roughly 47% of the population. The remaining population consists primarily of non-Hispanic white, Asian, and Black or African American. Okay, so the Mexicans, right? They're the ones that, you know, they run LA. That's their city. It's their town. So, I mean, we know how this goes, folks. Like, we know what's going on here. They don't like LeBron. They liked Kobe. Why did they like Kobe? Kobe married a Mexican. Right? Kobe, you know, Kobe did things that, you know, that community respects. You know?
Let me see you go.
Please don't tell me that was you saying the 96 Sonics. This is what you got to realize, G. It's very easy to out-debate locker room.
Sonic.
It's not very challenging whatsoever. The fact that you let locker room outwit you and out-debate you, it says a lot. We're not talking about a very high-level basketball mind, and you got outwitted by the locker room.
This is why they want LeBron James to take a pay cut, folks. You know, they just don't like him, right? I mean, you know, black family, black children, black business associates, you know, black excellence, black power, folks. This is the opposite of, you know, what they want out there. Okay? This is the opposite of what they want. You know? It's sick. It's filthy. It's disgusting. It's just, you know, it's disturbing what goes on out there, folks. It's disturbing. You know? This is why Kobe played basketball and he took his ass home. He didn't engage in politics. He didn't engage in, really, anything other than basketball. So, like I said, it's diabolical, but it is what it is. We got Anubis. You said Bron's getting the max until he retires. Y'all didn't ask Kobe or Jordan to take a vet minimum, but Bron is supposed to. Yeah. Exactly. Swagger Bron said Kobe signed that big contract right before retirement. Exactly. You said, of course, we're not playing for free game. You said Kobe helped the Hispanic restaurants, but not the blacks. It's been reported. Yeah, I mean, like I said, to make it in Hollywood as a black, you have to sell out. You have to sell out. You have to sell your butt and your soul. And speaking of selling your butt and your soul, this is actually a great transition, folks. We got to speak on Gilbert Arenas again. Because, I don't think he has any ass left to sell. Right? I think he sold 100% of his ass to Underdog Fantasy. And I think he's all out of ass. So I don't know what he's going to sell next. What he's going to pawn. I don't know. Is he gonna put his cock and balls on the table? I don't know. I mean, selling your ass is one thing, but if you sell your cock and your balls, how are you gonna be able to use the restroom? Right? So, like I said, Gilbert, he went against the grain. He did something that no black man should ever do in Hollywood, and that's sell your butt. But he did. And now he's just down bad right now, folks. So that's what we're going to get into here next, folks. We got Tal Assassin. You said the Lakers shouldn't give LeBron less to pay Reeves. Oh, they definitely won't, or LeBron's leaving. The only way that I think LeBron stays on the Lakers is if major changes happen. I just don't believe you can go into another year if you're LeBron James, with Luka and Reed. I don't believe he's signing up for that. I just don't believe that. Like, he has to know. LeBron knows you can't win with this dude. LeBron knows it. We got Elements for Nature. You said exactly against his father's will. Brother, you are bringing the heat. Keep speaking the truth. Yeah, shout out to you, man. That's what we try to do here, man. Like I said, some people ain't going to like it, and that's fine. I'm willing to draw the line in the sand. I see a lot of these, pod trashers, out here. And, they want to play things safe. They want to be politically correct. They're playing the political game. With me, like I said, you're going to know where I stand. And I'm going to draw a line in the sand. I'm going to make you pick. You're either going to fuck with me or you're not. It is what it is. We've had a lot of characters come through the locker room. They stay for a year or two. And, once, their gimmick stops working, that's it. They're done. We don't hear from them anymore. And that's perfectly fine by me.
And the goofballs that say they're LeBron, no, you're not a LeBron James fan. Hey, all the people on this chat, if anybody bring up the other players, they not a LeBron James fan. So we cutting them out. We the real LeBron James fans.
Facts.
We the real. Hey, everybody on here. We the real LeBron James fan. That goofball on the other channel. Excuse my French. He's a D head. I ain't gonna say the word. He a D head. He's not a LeBron James fan. He just trying to get likes. If I was y'all, I would not follow him because he a goofball.
So yeah, let's transition, folks, to Gilbert Arenas. Okay. Now, as you guys know, Gilbert Arenas, folks, he was doing a show, very good show, called Gil's Arena, right? They had they still do actually, Brandon Jennings, Rashad McCants, Gilbert Arenas, Kenyon Martin, had some female guests too, right? So they were running a very, very good show, very successful show on YouTube. So last year, Gilbert Arenas gets arrested by the federal government. Okay, he gets arrested by the federal government for running an illegal gambling operation. Okay. So, he gets out of jail, and probably about the same week, maybe the next week, the name of his channel, which used to be Gil's Arena, was changed. It was changed, folks. It was changed to The Arena, right? So they took Gil's name off of the show. Okay? They took his name off the show. So people were, a little bit curious, like, wait a second, we thought this was your show. Why all of a sudden is your name no longer on the show? Folks, we then find out that the dude was basically lying the entire time about owning this show. And I don't think, us as lookers or watchers of the show, whatever the case is, I don't think we're in the wrong for believing he ran this show and he owned this show. The show's named Gil's Arena, right? The show's literally named after your name, right? Your name is Gilbert Arenas. The show's called Gil's Arena. So everybody pretty much just assumed that he was the owner of this show. So once the name got changed, people had questions. And we quickly find out, folks, that he was not the owner of his show. Okay? We find out that he was not the owner of his show. So recently, this dude came out and said that he sold his channel. Take a listen to this, folks.
I sold the channel, not the show. There's a channel. I think people usually purposely I sold the channel, not the show. I sold the channel, not the show. There's a channel. I think people usually purposely not hear. I think I said this like a couple months ago that my contract is up this year, and then after my contract's up, I will own the name of my show. I thought I said that, and I think they purposely, nobody wanted to listen.
Okay. So let's just go ahead and stop it real quick, folks. So as you guys just heard, okay, he finally admitted the truth, folks. He says he sold the channel. He sold the channel, okay, not the name of his show. So yeah, it's over, basically, is what he's trying to say. Now he's seeking a new contract from Underdog. So he's essentially a contractor. That's what he is. He's the channel's already been sold. So he's basically a contractor looking for a new contract. All right. So he's an employee at this point. And it looks like he might have gotten fired from his own show. Now, like I said, this is that monkey nigger shit that I be talking about, folks. Because here's my problem with you niggas, right? And I've brought this point up before, you know, as it pertains to Shannon Sharp and, you know, Gilbert Arenas. It's just like, you know, you dudes be having like some really good things going, man. You know, Myron Gaines, right? You dudes be having successful podcasts, successful YouTube channels, successful TV shows, right? And you guys get a little bit of success, and then you start chimping out. You guys start chimping out. I mean, you know, once again, Shannon Sharp, we talked about this yesterday. He's another guy. Successful show. He's supposed to be on television. Why is he on YouTube doing a podcast on YouTube? You want to know why, folks? Because he started chimping out. He let the success get to his head. He started thinking he was bigger than the program. Now you're doing a show on YouTube. God bless him. You know, he's still doing good numbers on YouTube. God bless him. But let's be for real. Is your show on YouTube better than the show you had with Skip Bayless? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. You're running some low budget pod trash compared to what you were doing on TV. You were on TV. You were on Fox. You had the best show, in my opinion, best sports show in the world. I liked Undisputed more than I liked First Take. Then you go to the Grizzlies game, right? You start chimping out at the Grizzlies game. Now you want to fight, you know, Steven Adams and Desmond Bain and you know, Dylan Brooks, Ja Morant. You trying to fight Ja Morant daddy at the Grizzlies game. You guys remember that? Hold on. Let me see if I can find the clip of this dude chimping out at the Grizzlies game. Oh yeah, look. Here we go. Yeah. Look, Chad. Look at him chimping out, folks. Look. Look at this. Look at this dude. He started chimping out. You're on national TV and you're beefing with T Morant at a Laker game. Folks, have you guys ever seen Skip Bayless at a game chimping out? No, Skip Bayless did his show and Skip Bayless went home. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be real with y'all. I actually feel, if there's anybody I feel bad for on that show, it's Skip. You want to know why, folks? Because Skip showed up. He did the show. He was a professional. Right? And then he took his white ass home. He took his white ass home. He didn't ruin what they had going. It's always you niggers ruining what you have going for yourself. This dude's been fired from CBS. He's been fired from Fox. And he's been fired from ESPN. Niggas, this nigga Shannon Sharp's been fired from every major fucking network there is. From chimping out.
Go have me on a late night mission. pulling up. Why the nigga tripping? Go have me on a late night mission, pulling up.
Folks, that's crazy. I played the soundbite, right? And it really does sound like the nigga saying, you gonna have a nigga chimping.
Go have a nigga tripping. Go have me on a late night mission, pulling up.
It sound like that nigga said, you gonna have a nigga chimping.
Go have a nigga tripping. Go have me on a late night mission, pulling up.
Oh my God. Folks, all this man had to do was go to work, hang out, go home. No, he started letting the success get to his head. He started thinking he was bigger than the program. He started thinking he was bigger than Skip. And now look, now you're on YouTube. Now you're on YouTube. Now he's on YouTube slaving away. He's on YouTube slaving away every day, chat. You went from TV. You know, you had to do a 2-hour show Monday through Friday. Now look. Now he got to slave his life away on Nightcap so he can make up the money that he had to spend on his OnlyFans hooker. All that money he made from his pod trash and from that Cat Williams interview, he had to give it all up to an OnlyFans hooker. And now he's got to slave his life away on Nightcap every single day. He's slaving over there. He's slaving. All because he couldn't keep.
You want to be a dick to me now, so.
I don't want to be. Don't manipulate me.
Oh, no, have mercy. If you say that one more time, I'm going to fucking choke the shit out of you when I see you.
Have a nigga tripping. Go have me on a late night mission, pulling up.
Well, I don't.
You know what?
Well, I don't want to be choked.
Yes, you do. I don't think you have a choice in the matter.
Chat, this clown got finessed by a 20-year-old OnlyFans hooker. This is how stupid he is, man. This is how stupid he is. He got finessed by a 20-year-old OnlyFans hooker. Incredible stuff, man. Incredible stuff, man. Dude got finessed by a 20-year-old OnlyFans hooker. Oh my God. He lost it all, folks. All because he couldn't stop chimping out. So, like I said, this is what happens, folks, with these niggas, man. You know, they come up on a check and then they start tripping, and then they lose everything. So that's what happened. Same thing happened with Gilbert Arenas, folks.
So the channel, not the show. There's a channel. I think people usually purposely not hear. I think I said this like a couple months ago that my contract is up this year, and then after my contract's up, I will own the name of my show. I thought I said that, and I think they purposely, nobody wanted to listen. I did 50-50 ownerships to get the foundation because I had no idea what it took to run shows. So now I understand how to run shows. So I don't need, I don't need to do 50-50s no more. That's it. There's nothing, It's called growth. You gotta use, take the sugar daddy out. Here's y'all. 27-29 OKC. At the top of the second. Oh, there you hacking that man. Damn.
Shut your bitch ass up.
Okay, here come Cripple. I can hear him hopping down the stairs. Here come. I know. Well, I mean, if I got fired, I got fired with 100%. It don't matter. It don't matter what you say. Just understand. 100. 100. 100. Studio downstairs. You feel that? Do you see the difference? What's up, baby? Hey, welcome back. Oh, this is.
What's up, baby? Hi. Folks, this is how your wife is gonna greet you when you lose your show. This is how your wife is gonna greet you when you lose your show. Hi.
100. Studio downstairs. You feel that? Do you see the difference? What's up, baby? Hey, welcome back. Oh, this is what I'm talking about.
What's up, baby? Hi. Folks, we gotta have an honest conversation about Gilbert Arenas, man. Okay? When you see former players, right? Have you guys noticed this? Let me just say this for a second. Have you guys noticed that when players are playing in the league, whether that's the NBA or the NFL, right? Have you guys noticed that they all pretty much shit on the media? Have you guys noticed that? Like, when players are playing in the league, what are they doing? They're shitting on the media, right? The media is scum, at the bottom of their shoe when they're in the league. But we're seeing a shift over the last 5 years now. Now, the athletes want to be in the media. Why do you guys think that is? Well, obviously, it's for the money. Obviously, right? You see, when guys were in media and they were making, 1 million, 2 million, whatever, like, okay, whatever. But now you're seeing guys like Stephen A. Smith, for example. Now you're seeing guys in the media making $25, $30 million a year. Now you're seeing guys in media who don't even have to play basketball or play a sport whatsoever. They're making more money than the athletes. So now when the players, right? Now when they are done in the league, they all run to sports media. The number one telltale sign, folks, that an athlete is broke is when they're doing media. That's the number one telltale sign, folks. Cam Newton. I'll give you guys an example. Cam Newton. Cam Newton's got a nice little show. 4th and 1 with Cam Newton. He's also got another podcast that he does, kind of like Shannon Sharp's show, where he just sits down and he interviews guests. Folks, why do you guys think Cam Newton is doing that? Because Cam Newton is broke. That's why. Cam Newton's broke, folks. Cam Newton made over $100 million in his career. And he was on podcasts bragging about, how much money he made. Look, let's take a listen to Cam Newton, folks.
I'll say it this way. There's never going to be another Michael Jordan. There's never going to be another Cristiano Ronaldo. There's never going to be another LeBron James. There's never going to be another Kobe Bryant. There's never going to be another Tom Brady. I think what people need to understand is, just like some would say, being in the right place at the right time, certain situations, that's what a lot of those brands kind of did. Like Jordan, his brand catapulted into a stratosphere that will never be matched. Now, granted, there's not another, well, you see a guy like Bill Russell who has more championships, but that don't equate to the bank account that Michael Jordan has. You got Robert Ory. You know what I'm saying? Like, it ain't, like, you're equating championships to, currency. It doesn't work like that. But we're talking about solely off of
the accolades.
Yeah, that doesn't always mean I'm going to be paid the most. It's who does best business practice afterwards. Like Tom Brady and Kirk Cousins' bank account. It's like, yo, this man is the greatest football player of all time. Not to say that Kirk Cousins didn't have a great run too, because he has. It's just one of those things that, like, yo, when Tom Brady first came into the league, his first contract, and his last contract, is what do you do with what you have? You have to maximize that. But I've always lived off the thought of living like a prince rather than a king. If I can live like a prince for the rest of my life, which is extremely comfortable, still staying ahead of the curve, right? Still having some type of, income come in, whereas this ain't what I'm used to, but it ain't bad either, you know what I'm saying? But we ain't gonna touch this until 2040. You feel what I'm saying? Like, it's stockpiling. You can see another dynamic where guys feel like they're going to be making these checks for the rest of their lives, and their lifestyle doesn't change. So jewelry, extravagant cars or experiences. I'm embarrassed to say, bro, I have close to $5 million in depreciating assets and cars. I don't drive no more. I got every single car that I've ever wanted and some that I ain't even drove before. I just bought them just to, oh man, that's a dope 1966, Cadillac. Oh, that's the JFK Lincoln. I'll buy that one. Hey, that's the one that I seen in the Elvis movie. I'll buy that one. Oh, the Rolls Royce? Got that. Ferrari? Got that. Lamborghini? Got that. Wake up, get in that car accident. It's like, I don't want to drive none of those. Cutlass Supreme, box Chevy. Had everything.
So what you gonna do with all that?
Huh?
We're just sitting there?
Yeah.
And you you don't want to flip it into like rental company or something.
Yes, I just don't need it. Like your wants and your needs change by the day. So
yeah, I found, my bad. I found the actual quote that he was talking. I don't know what he was talking about. The nigga, Shorty just said, so what are you going to do? Are you going to flip it? This nigga said no. Okay.
Different phase of my life that's going to require a different form of myself. Being in the NFL, everybody knows there's a lucky challenge.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the same Cam Newton that was bragging about going to strip clubs, not for women, but so he could compete with other men. And I'm not laughing because it's funny, but I'm laughing because it's funny. Take a listen to this, folks.
I never went to a strip club for women. I always went to strip clubs for guys.
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
No homo.
We went to a strip club.
No diddy. I'm a competitor. I wasn't gonna spend no money if I didn't see nobody else spending money. As soon as I seen somebody thinking that they got money, okay, you spending 5, I'm gonna spend 6. If you gonna spend 10, I'm gonna spend 15. And then we're gonna have a rain off.
Yeah, I love it.
So
I seen you do that in Onyx.
So that's my whole thing. It's like, I don't go to strip clubs for chicks, even though I want decoration. I was a competitor, still am a competitor, to think like, nigga, you think you got it, but you don't got it. That 15 that you making, I'm gonna spend my 15 and I'm gonna make it back easy. You know what I'm saying? Like, it ain't nothing.
Just to say this story, because I got this story on you.
Talk to me.
At Onyx, you was at the top, you said these exact same fucking words.
Straight up.
You said, oh, he want to play. I got it. I'm having it. I'm going to make this back tomorrow.
I never went to a strip club for women. I always went to strip clubs for guys.
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
No homo.
We went to a
Chat, why do you guys think Cam Newton had to start his own pod trash? Peggy? Come on, Peggy! Folks, why do you guys think Cam Newton is now in media? Why do you guys think? Why do you guys think Cam Newton's in media, folks? You want to know why Cam Newton's in media? Because when athletes go broke, they get into media. Why? It's the easiest thing that they know how to do. They don't know nothing about business. They're not finna go, be no investment banker. They're not finna go be a venture capitalist. They're not finna go start, a successful restaurant business or whatever. None of that. No, they don't know how to do any of that stuff, folks. The number one telltale sign that I've noticed is when you see these former athletes in the media, they're poor. They've went broke. Remember when Michael Jordan, when they announced that Michael Jordan was going to be on NBC last year? Remember when they announced that? Everybody was all excited because we thought we were going to get Michael Jordan back on TV. Folks, this man Michael Jordan did one interview and they clipped this interview and played it all season. Michael Jordan don't want to be sitting doing media. He got too much money for that. What does Michael Jordan look like, right? Sitting on TV every day, like Stephen A. Smith being a buffoon every single day. You think niggas want to be doing that, folks? You think niggas want to be on TV every day, on camera every day? No, man, niggas got money. Niggas don't want to do that. So when you see guys like Kendrick Perkins, up on, First Take, cooning with Stephen A. Smith, Kendrick Perkins went broke. You guys see Adrian Broner. He's now doing Twitch streams or kick stream. You guys been seeing Adrian Broner, right? Adrian Broner went broke. Hello? When Adrian Broner was at his peak, you wouldn't have caught him dead doing this buffoonery. When he was the 4-time world champion in 4 different weight classes, he wasn't doing kick streams. He wasn't doing that. So back to Gilbert Arenas. Like I said, to me, Gilbert Arenas sold his pod trash. He sold the rights to his show, whatever the case was. Folks, he did that because he's broke. You guys got to understand, folks. When you start getting a lot of money, guess what happens? You adjust your lifestyle. That's what these niggers do. They start getting a lot of money, and then they adjust their lifestyle to the money that they're making. So now guess what? Now they got a lot of bills. Now they got a lot of bills. So yeah, they got millions of dollars, but they also got millions of dollars worth of cars. They got millions of dollars worth of houses. They got millions of dollars worth of kids and child support and all that stuff. So yeah, they're making a lot of money, but now they've adjusted their lifestyle. So now all that money's going out. So what are they going to do when the checks stop coming in? Gilbert Arenas said he ain't got an NBA check since 2016. Nigga, that was 10 years ago. That was a decade ago. These niggas got houses, car payments, child support, baby mamas. The kids need shit. They got all these expenses. Why do y'all think he's doing media? He needs checks to start coming back in. These niggas don't be making no smart. You guys think when LeBron James hangs it up, you guys think LeBron James gonna be sitting doing a fucking podcast every day? Seriously? You think when it's all said and done, LeBron James gonna start a Gil's Arena type show and be on camera every day doing a podcast every day? That's what you think LeBron James gonna be doing when he retires? No, LeBron made way too many investments, man. He was way too smart with his money to be doing that buffoonery. These niggas up here doing that buffoonery. Like I said, Rashad McCants, broke. Rashad McCants is poor. Respectfully, he's broke, folks. That's why he's up there with a body bag suit every day on Gil's Arena. That's why he's up there being he's up there clowning, folks. He's being a good clown too. He's up there being a good clown, folks. Why? Because he's got to do it. It's his livelihood. That's why he puts so much effort into his costumes, his everything. He takes it seriously because this is all he got at this point is Gil's Arena.
Okay. Cooper the Hooper. Cooper the Hooper. We got a lot to get into. Here's what's cracking in Gil's Arena today. The Underman Thunder protected home court to take a 3-2 lead in the Western Conference Finals.
What did you call it?
The Underman missing Jalen Williams, missing A.J. Mitchell.
What did you call it before? What goes down and where? And what show?
What?
No, just
the arena.
Oh, okay.
The Underman.
What you thought he said? I thought he said something else.
So here's what's cracking in Gil's Arena today.
Oh, see, that's what he said.
Underman Thunder protected home court to take a 3-2 lead in the Western Conference Finals. Are Wemby and the Spurs cooked?
Folks, you guys heard Nick Young up here trolling Gilbert Arenas on the show too. Even Nick Young is trolling about it. Folks, it's over, right? Gilbert Arenas, like I said, he sold his butt. And he can't get his butt back, unfortunately. This is why, like I said, you can't sell your butt. But once again, these dudes make all this money and they don't make... I mean, I haven't heard about any investments from Gilbert Arenas. I never heard about any investments from him. Once again, this is what happens when you don't invest, folks. I mean, once your career is over... I mean, I think Allen Iverson went broke. I think he's got like a pension or something that kicks in when he's like 55. Yeah, I think Allen Iverson's got like 30 million or something. It's something crazy. They put some money up. They knew he was going to go broke. So they put some money up from him and he can't touch it. Let me see. Allen Iverson. Let me see. Oh, yeah. Look at this, folks. They knew AI was going to go broke. They knew AI was going to chimp out and go broke. Look at this, folks. Allen Iverson is set to receive a $32 million lump sum trust fund from Reebok when he turns 55 years old in 2030. This payout is part of a landmark lifetime endorsement contract he signed with the brand in 2001, which also guarantees him $800,000 per year for life. So that's a very good deal. So yeah, this is what AI is going to be getting in a few more years. Thank God they put him some, they put some money up for him. Yeah, they made a trust fund for him, folks. So hopefully he can make it to his trust fund, which is still another, 4 years away? So, yeah. Exactly. I forgot. Floyd Mayweather, too. Y'all been seeing what's been going on with Floyd Mayweather? These niggas be chimping out, folks. They make all this money, and it's all gone. Exactly. Mayweather's about to fight again because he's broke. Exactly. Mayweather is the same thing with Mayweather, folks. That's exactly why he's finna fight again. He's broke. Now he's suing everybody. It's sad, man. Yeah, look at this, folks. Floyd Mayweather. Give me 1 second. Oh, yeah. Let me get some of these tabs. Give me 1 second, chat. Let me get some of these tabs closed out. My bad.
You a freaky frog!
Let me make sure these tabs. Okay, I think we good. But yeah, look at this, folks. This is Floyd Money Mayweather. He's another one. Floyd Mayweather sues notorious New York City money manager in alleged $175 million fraud scheme over jewels. Jet. The gloves are off. 5-time heavyweight boxing champ Floyd Mayweather Jr. is taking a swing at an ex-con major donor to former Mayor Bill de Blasio over an alleged $170 million fraud scheme involving jewels and a secret jet sale. The superstar pugilist claims in a New York Manhattan Supreme Court lawsuit that Jonah Rechnitz, an ex-mayoral donor who once tried to bribe NYPD cops with hookers, orchestrated a multi-year fraudulent scheme involving real estate, jewelry, and his beloved Gulfstream jet, famously emblazoned with Mayweather on the fuselage. As they say, the gloves are off. Mayweather's lawyer, Leo Jacobs, told the Post This case is about restoring to our client what is rightfully his. So, ladies and gentlemen, here we have Floyd Mayweather, who made, God knows how much money fighting. Now he's suing somebody for $175 million. Rechnitz had spent years cultivating a relationship with Mayweather, who has earned a reported $1 billion during his career, but whose high-flying lifestyle has left him cash-strapped at times. This man made over $1 billion. In 2024, Rechnitz became the de facto manager of the boxer's investment, banking, and real estate assets before betraying the champ's trust by diverting his fortune to himself and a broker pal. Rechnitz previously pleaded guilty in 2016 for his role in the infamous prostitute-packed NYPD corruption scandal that also involved private jets. Incredible. Incredible, folks. Wow. So he let the crackers manage his money, and they stole his money. You guys notice LeBron don't have these problems. Incredible stuff, man. In July, Rechnitz took it upon himself to wire $7.5 million from one of Mayweather's companies to a Florida LLC owned by his pal Frist, stating it was for an imaginary 12-month investment that never materialized. Jesus Christ. A year later, Rechnitz seemed to bring roughly $100 million of Mayweather's jewelry to a pair of Miami dealers, using it as collateral for a $13 million loan from them. This man owns $100 million in jewelry. Wow. Wow. Wow, what an idiot, man. What an idiot. This is insane. I didn't even read into this, folks, but this is insane. This is insane. This is insane. But folks, like I said, man, if these dudes are making all this money and they're not investing the money, see, LeBron was, this is why I say it's why LeBron is my GOAT, man. You guys think this is just about basketball, folks. This isn't about basketball for me. I mean, obviously basketball plays a role, but there's a reason why LeBron is my GOAT, folks. Right? LeBron was an early investor into the Beats headphones. I think they sold for like $1 billion. So LeBron got a nice paycheck from that. He also invested into, I think, Blaze Pizza. LeBron has just made really good investments, made really good financial decisions. Obviously, his shoe deal with Nike, I believe he's got $1 billion, lifetime deal with Nike, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah, man, I mean, you guys see, right? When you invest your money, you don't gotta, sell your butt cheeks like Gilbert Arenas, Gilbert Arenas, like I said, Gilbert Arenas, man, his butt is gone, folks. His butt is gone. And now he doesn't have anything, to put up for sale. He lost his butt. He lost his he lost his ass. Yeah, LeBron signed a historic lifetime endorsement contract with Nike in December 2015. While the exact financial terms were never officially disclosed by the brand, Maverick Carter and other industry analysts estimate the total value of the deal to be upwards of $1 billion. It was the first ever lifetime contract awarded in Nike's history. The deal includes a combination of guaranteed annual compensation and royalties from his highly successful signature footwear and apparel lines. James originally signed with the brand as a high school senior in 2003 on a 7-year, $90 million deal. His lifetime agreement guarantees that Nike will continue to release, market, and produce his signature shoes well into retirement. So, like I said, folks, right? Once again, when you see these guys in media, the Shannon Sharps, the Cam Newtons, the Gilbert Arenases, right? When you see these guys trying to be Stephen A. Smith, trying to be Skip Bayless, just know they went broke. All right? Because if they didn't go broke and if they made, smart financial decisions, they would not be on camera every day cooning, for some clicks. They just wouldn't be doing it. Because once again, when these guys are in the league, they look down on media, right? They look down on it. Now they see all the money that can be made in media, and now they all want to get into it once their career is over. Now every player's got a podcast. Now every player wants to go hang out with Plaque Boy Max on stream. Now they all want to, do streams and, get on Twitch and be the new Kai Cenat. You got Jaylen Brown doing his streams and all this. It's just like, but I thought it was corny, though. I thought it was corny. Oh, okay. Okay. So like I said, Gilbert Arenas, man, I don't know what he has, right? I don't know what he has in the bank or whatever. Obviously his pour is going to be different from, regular people pour, but, once again, these dudes, they make a lot of money and, they adjust their lifestyle. Now they got a lot of bills, I mean, look at Soulja Boy. Did you guys see the story about Soulja Boy? They said Soulja Boy trying to sell his catalog. I think Justin Bieber just sold his catalog too. Yeah, that's what they said, chat. Look at, did you guys hear about Soulja Boy? Yo! Soulja Boy, tell him. And I got this new dance for y'all called Crank That Soulja Boy. Yo! All you gotta do is Soulja Boy off in his hole. You guys remember that song? You guys remember when Soulja Boy was balling on everybody? New cars, new chains, new everything. Soulja Boy reportedly selling music catalog amid bankruptcy rumors. According to the viral post, the Atlanta rapper initially sought $30 million for his full catalog before lowering the asking price to $500,000. Folks, Soulja thought his catalog was worth $30 million. Soulja, come on, man. Like, we got to get serious, dude. Your catalog is not worth $30 million. You got like 3 hits in that catalog, dude. You got Crank That Soulja Boy. You got Kiss Me Through the Phone. And then what else? What else do we got? Oh yeah, turn my swag on. That's it. Hop up out of bed, turn my swag on. Take a look in the mirror, say what's up. Yeah, I'm getting money. Oh. Soulja got 3 songs in his catalog. He think it's worth $30 million. Soulja thought his catalog was worth $30 million. No, nigga. Nobody's playing. Watch me hit my bird walk. Watch me hit my bird walk. Watch me hit my bird walk. Watch me do it. Nobody's playing that anymore, Soulja. Nobody's playing that anymore, man. That was 20 years ago. You know what I mean? So yeah, Soulja, he's trying to sell his catalog, folks, for $30 million. Nobody's buying that shit. So I guess he done lowered it down to $500,000 after investors reportedly informed him that the valuation was unrealistic. Wow. Wow. So Soulja's trying to cash out, chat. He's trying to sell his whole catalog for $500,000. So my thing is, once you blow through that, because we know you gonna blow through that shit. He gonna get that $500,000 check and he gonna blow that shit. So then what you gonna have left? That's it. If Soulja sell his catalog, that's it. Like, that's it for his music career, because it's over at that point. He would have to start dropping bangers again. And I think that ship has sailed. I don't think Soulja has it in him anymore to make any more hit records. Right? So, yeah, man. I mean, we're in tough times out here, folks. I mean, it's rough out here, folks. Seriously. It is rough out here, man. When you start seeing rich niggas going broke, that's how you know we're in a risk. I mean, did you guys hear about Scottie Pippen? You guys didn't hear about Scottie? Scottie started selling off his memorabilia earlier this year. Yeah, March 11. Look at this, folks. Pippen's personal memorabilia collection auctions for $6.2 million. 71 lots of 6-time NBA champion and Naismith Basketball Hall of Famer Scottie Pippen's personal collection have sold for $6.2 million. Among Pippen's specific items sold were a set of 6 24 karat gold overlay and sterling silver Tiffany and Company produced Larry O'Brien trophy replicas gifted to Pippen by Bulls owner Jerry Reinsdorf after each of the Bulls' 6 titles, which sold for $640,000. Wow, that's interesting. That's crazy. So I guess every year the Bulls won a championship. The owner of the Bulls gifted I guess all the players Larry O'Brien trophy replicas in 24 karat gold. That's crazy. That sold for he sold all of his championship trophies for $640,000. Pippen's signed jersey worn in the flu game, Game 5 of the 97 NBA Finals, sold for $500,000, an auction record for Pippen memorabilia. The auction drew participants from 32 countries. Wow. So this is the jersey he sold. His flu game jersey from Game 5. Wow. Pippen also consigned items from legendary teammates, including Larry Bird and, of course, Michael Jordan. Jordan's game-worn and signed Nike Air Jordan 7s from the 92 Olympics, gifted to Pippen after the United States gold medal game victory over Croatia, sold for $640,000. Damn. A pair of Michael Jordan shoes sold for $640,000. Larry Bird's game-worn and signed Dream Team jersey sold for $900,000. Pippen's own game-worn Dream Team jersey, worn in the gold medal game, sold for nearly $400,000, and his Last Dance NBA Finals jersey, matched to Game 1 and Game 6, the championship-clinching victory, sold for $500,000. Jesus Christ. So Scottie Pippen, like I said, you know, the one thing he had going for him, because he went broke too, obviously, if he's selling all of his memorabilia, you know, we saw Kobe's family doing the same thing too, right? They sold all of Kobe's shit, so they obviously needed the money. But yeah, the one thing he had going for him is he had all his, you know, these collectible items. So that was probably the smartest thing he ever did, was save all those jerseys and shoes and stuff. That was probably the smartest thing Scottie ever did. Because you got to think too, Scottie in the 90s, he wasn't making any money. You know, that was one of the big things that they talked about on The Last Dance, how underpaid Scottie was. You know, Mike was getting paid, you know, the big bucks, but Scottie was getting underpaid. You know, he eventually got, you know, good contracts after, you know, the Bulls dynasty was over. But yeah, that's interesting, man. Wow. So Scottie sold all of his shit. But yeah, I mean, it makes sense, man. I mean, you know, shit. This nigga ain't played in damn near 30 years. I think Scottie Pippen's last game might have been like 2004, 2003, something like that. So he hasn't played in 25 years, right? So all that money he probably made, all that money's gone. I mean, you got to think, Larsa Pippen. I mean, you know, he got to pay child support for all these goddamn kids. He's got to pay for houses and car payments, college tuition, all this stuff. Right? This stuff is insane, man. This stuff is insane. You said, is your intentions to try to make blacks look as bad as possible? What are you talking about, dude? I'm a little bit confused. I'm a little bit confused, Your Highness. What are you saying to me right now? What are you saying? What are you upset about? What are you upset about? How am I making blacks look bad? What are you talking about? I don't have to make anybody look bad. You niggas can make yourself look bad on your own. I don't need to make you look bad. You said, what's up with the weird chimp talk? Tether energy? Okay, so you're gonna chimp out, huh? You're gonna chimp out. Like I said, dude, you monkey niggers, you niggers act stupid every day of the week, dude. Like, what's the problem? So you get offended when somebody makes a joke? I mean, we make jokes about everybody here. What's the problem? I didn't hear you complaining when we were talking about the Mexicans. So what? What are you upset about? Did you not hear my rant earlier today on the sorry saltines? Did you not catch that rant? Chat, we did a whole rant earlier on the sorry saltines. And now he's up here talking about tether energy. What are you complaining about? What do you think I am, nigga? Martin Luther King or something? Like, what are you talking about, nigga? I'm not Malcolm X, nigga. I'm not Martin Luther King. I'm not here to fight for the rights of blacks. What the fuck is this nigga talking about? You must have got me confused, nigga. You must think I'm Rosa Parks or something, nigga. I'm not Harriet Tubman, nigga. I'm not here to fucking rescue you niggas and put you niggas on the what was it called? Chat, what was it called when the slaves was trying to get to the north? Oh yeah, the Underground Railroad. Nigga, fuck out of here. I'm not here to make sure you get on the Underground Railroad, pussy nigga. I don't fucking know you, nigga. The fuck does this nigga think I am, nigga? You think I'm fucking Harriet Tubman? You think I'm trying to get you to fucking the free world? Fuck the free world. He said, hey, Rabbit, fuck the free world. Yeah, dude, I don't know what you're talking about, dude. You must have got me confused, bro. I'm not Malcolm X, nigga. I'm not a fucking you know, I'm not here to fucking save the black race. I don't give a shit about you niggas like that. You know, I'm just here to get what I came to get, and that's it, you know. I'm not here to save blacks and do all that bullshit. I ain't Martin Luther King. He was a better man than me. Seriously, he's a better man than me. That's why he went down in history, and that's why, we celebrate that man every year, because he was a good man. He really was. He was a good man. But I'm not that. So, I mean, if you think I'm here to, stick up for the black race and do all this goofy shit, no, dude. I don't care about you niggas like that. I care about my niggas. Okay? That's it. You fuck with me, I fuck with you. I don't really care, what your race is and all. I'm not here to do all this goofy stuff, dude. I'm here to just do my little show and go to bed. That's it. I'm not here to fucking be the president. I'm not here to be some civil rights activist. I'm not here to do all that, dude. So, yeah, we're here to just crack a few jokes, nigga, and that's it. I'm not a geopolitical podcast commentator. I'm not Charlie Kirk. I'm not finna be doing debates on, the 60s at college campuses. I'm not doing all that, gang. I don't care. I don't care about none of that crap. Sorry. Sorry if I'm disappointing you right now. All right? I'm a nigger. I'm just a regular nigger. All right? I just want some money and a little bit of head. That's it. What did Drake say? I just want some head in a comfortable bed. It could all be so simple. That's all I want, dude. I'm like Drake, man. I just want some head in a comfortable bed, dude. I'm not here to fucking, campaign about politics with you. I don't care about Trump. Seriously, My mom be trying to talk about Trump and stuff. Oh, look, Trump. Look, you seen what happened with Trump? You seen Trump, the White House? You seen what happened? No, I didn't, and I don't care. Yeah, I don't care. Oh, okay, Trump, it was a situation at the White House. Oh, okay, that's cool. Yeah, I could care less. I really could care less. I don't care about politics, dude. Yeah. I could care less. I don't care about politics. I don't care about race relations. I don't care about none of that shit. To be honest with you. So, like I said, I'm sorry if I let you down, dude. I don't know who you thought I was, but yeah, we're just doing a little podcast over here, buddy. All right? That's it. If you thought I was Malcolm X, I'm sorry to let you down, but I'm not. So, I don't know what you're talking about, what's with the weird chimp talk and tether energy and all that shit. I don't know what you're talking about, dude. You're chimping out. Oh, you got Michael B. Oh, now it makes sense, chat. He got Michael B. Jordan Wakanda on his profile. Oh, okay, so you're one of these African niggas. Okay. Maybe that's why he gets offended at the monkey sound, chat. You're one of these Wakanda forever niggas. Okay. Well, like I said, God bless you, dude. God bless you. You said, like I said, tether? Okay. That's fine. I'll be whatever you want me to be, dude. I get called worse than tether. People have called me a racist. A tether now. Okay, that's cool. I'll be whatever you want me to be. I'll be that. You want me to be a tether? I'll be a tether. I'll be your tether. Yeah, keep it up. I'll show you a tether. I'll show you a tether. You want to see a tether tonight? You got it. Go ahead. Keep playing with me. Like I said, the phone lines are open. I just popped me a Red Bull, so we can go. We can go. Phone lines are open. It is what it is. No, you don't got nothing? Your Highness, you don't want to go? Okay, that's what I thought, pussy. That's what I thought. So like I said, folks, everybody's going broke, man. You know, everybody's going broke. So, you know, it's important to be kind to everybody now. You know, that's why MJ doesn't like me anymore. You know, he called in trying to call me broke. And then we find out that he's the one that's actually, you know, poor. So that's why MJ doesn't call in any. Like I said, MJ, you know, if you're out there listening, you know, driving for Uber Eats, like I said, dude, it's okay. Like, you don't have to be ashamed about driving for Uber Eats. Like, it's okay, man. If you got to go drop off a couple of orders, that's what you just have to do. But my thing is, you know, you need to be a little bit more humble, right? You know, when I got to go drop off, you know, Uber orders, you know, I'm not going to be calling in to somebody's show and talking about, you know, how poor they are, you know. Like, I'm going to be humble. And that's my only issue with you, MJ, is you just got beside yourself, you know. I mean, everybody's got to do what they got to do, but you can't be calling in to people's show talking about how poor and broke they are, and you're fucking delivering for Uber Eats. I mean, we got to get realistic. You feel me? Like, that was my only problem with him that one time he called in. You know, it was just like, you know, I was very, like, disturbed. I'm like, dude, you literally call into this show while you're dropping off passengers. Like, and I never said anything. You know, I never said anything. I never made fun of you about it or anything. I get it. People got to do what they got to do. It's not nothing to be ashamed about, right? But when you start calling in and you start talking about, you know, niggas is broke, it's like, I mean, have you lost your mind? Like, seriously, have you actually lost your mind?
And the goofballs that say they're LeBron, no, you're not a LeBron James fan. Hey, all the people on this chat, if anybody bring up the other players, they not a LeBron James fan. So we cutting them out. We the real LeBron James fans.
Facts.
We the real, hey, everybody on here, we the real LeBron James fan. That goofball on the other channel, excuse my French, he's a D-head. I ain't gonna say the word. He a D-head. He's not a LeBron James fan. He just trying to get likes. If
I love it.
y'all, I would not follow him because he a goofball.
Chat, do you guys see how upset he is at me? This man went on Danny Boy's show to talk about me. This is how upset he was at me because we found out he was poor. If you guys missed it, he called in one night calling me poor and broke and all this stuff. And then, you know, he was talking real loud, you know, in his apartment. And then somebody comes out in the living room and tells him to keep it down. This nigga's like 70 years old. Like, you don't even got your own spot. They telling you to keep they telling you to turn the volume down in this bitch. Right? So once that happened, I knew I probably wasn't gonna hear from MJ ever again. That was embarrassing. That was embarrassing, man. So yeah, he was just completely embarrassed about that, and I haven't heard from him since. And then, like I said, he goes on, you know, Danny Boy show, and he's talking about me, and, you know, oh, I wouldn't follow him because he's a goofball and he's just trying to get likes. It's just like, come on, man, are you still in your feelings, dude? Like, it's okay, man. Like, once again, I'm never gonna try to put somebody down, right? Unless they come for me. You came for me. You know, that's the only reason why I called you out for being broke, MJ, was because you came for me. Right? I was minding my business. I wouldn't count nobody pockets. You the one that came on the show, you know, trying to pop it like you balling. Talking about you live in Hollywood. Nigga, I was just in Hollywood. Like, literally a week before that call, I was just in Hollywood at some girl's, you know, spot in Hollywood. Nigga, you get out the Uber. There's somebody homeless sleeping on the front porch, on the steps to walk into her building. I'm like, dude, I knew right off the bat when he said he was in Hollywood, he lived in Hollywood. I was like, oh yeah, you're poor. You know, if you live in Hollywood, like if you don't live in like a nice building, you're poor. Right? I mean, we're talking like poor. Okay? And that's okay. But you shouldn't be trying to call in and act like you just having your way. You walk outside and you smell piss. You got homeless niggas sitting on the steps. That's okay. But you're not fucking balling. No, but you called in, you talking shit, you acting like you this and you that, and you're not. You're brokey. You're fucking brokey. And that's okay. Like I said, everybody's going broke. You know, Gilbert Arenas, he's broke. He sold his ass. Right? He can't get his show back. It's over. Scottie Pippen's got to sell his memorabilia from the 90s. Floyd Mayweather suing everybody because they stole his money. He got to go fight again. Right? All these niggas are going broke, Chad. It's no shame in going broke. Everybody goes broke at one point or another. But a real one can always bounce back. And that's what matters. You know, to me, it's no shame in being broke. But you can't stay there. At some point, you got to get the money back. At some point. You know what I mean? This shit is like a basketball game. You know, it's like Bitcoin. You know, one day you could be up, one day you could be down. I'm not here to fucking shit on people if they down one day or 1 year or 5 years or whatever, however long it is. I'm not here to do that. But don't be calling into the show trying to talk shit. Knowing you're poor. Don't do that. I mean, seriously. You know, use some common sense, man. He said that bum used to get fried on here every show. Yeah, he was definitely a crackhead in his younger days for sure. You said thoughts on Walker Kessler? I mean, dude, what is this, dude? I mean, did you tune into the wrong show? What do you think this is, dude? Do you think this is fucking Fakers Collective? You think this is Faker Nation? Chat, you can't make this stuff up sometimes, bro. You honestly can't. This nigga came in here asking me about Walker Kessler. Yo, you niggas won't quit, bro. I swear, bro. You Walker Kessler niggas just won't quit. Y'all talk about Walker Kessler. I swear to God, y'all talk about Walker Kessler like he's Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Y'all talk about this nigga every day. You talk about Walker Kessler and Peyton Watson every single day. You'll think Walker Kessler is Kareem Abdul-Jabbar and Peyton Watson is the next LeBron James the way y'all be talking about these niggas. I've never seen people talk about a role player so much, bro. Jesus Christ, bro. This nigga asked me about Walker Kessler. Listen, haven't you asked Trevor Lane about Walker Kessler enough? Y'all ask that nigga about Walker Kessler every day. Every time I tune into Yovan Booty's channel, is somebody donating a $5 super chat saying, "Hey Yovan, what do you think? Dalton in 2 firsts for Walker Kessler?" Jesus Christ, bro. Y'all act like this nigga is Dwight Howard in his prime. You talking about Walker Kessler? What are we talking about, gang? You talking about thoughts on Walker Kessler? What are we actually talking about? This nigga asked me about Walker Kessler. You must have just woke up out your sleep and thought Yovan Buha was live. You must have thought you was on Yovan Buha's channel. Asking me about Walker Kessler. I've already told you niggas 1,000. I'm going to say it one last time for you. Don't ask me about Walker Kessler no more. I'm going to say it one last time for you. Walker Kessler is okay. Is he going to be the difference, that's going to put you over the hump to where you're going to beat OKC or the Spurs? No. No, he's not. Is he even going to be better than DeAndre Ayton? Maybe, slightly. He'll be slightly better maybe than DeAndre Ayton. If DeAndre Ayton's a 4, Walker Kessler will be a 4.5. He'll be a slight tick better than DeAndre Ayton. But it's going to be very minimal to the point where you won't even really be able to tell the difference. Y'all acting like if you go get Walker Kessler, y'all be talking about Walker Kessler like he's Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, like he's Shaquille O'Neal. Like if you get him, that's going to change the course of your franchise. Come on, man. Stop with that shit, bro. This is why y'all suck, Laker fans. Because y'all are stupid. Y'all always talking about trash players from other teams. They thought so much about Walker Kessler that they went out and got Jaren Jackson Jr. If Walker Kessler was as good as y'all claim, why did Danny Ainge go get Jaren Jackson Jr.? Exactly. Y'all gotta stop with this dumb shit, man. Nigga asked me about another saltine. You asked me about another saltine. We got enough saltine crackers on this team. And you asked me about another one. Ask me some dumbass shit about another white boy, I'm gonna block you. The fuck off the show, man.
The 96 Sonics.
The fuck off the show, man. Nigga asked me, it's 2 a.m. This nigga asked me about Walker Kessler. The fuck out of here, man. We got DC Rule. What's going on, man? This nigga's stupid as hell. This nigga asked me about Walker Kessler. Thoughts on Walker Kessler. Nigga, fuck Walker Kessler. That's my thoughts on Walker Kessler. The fuck? That's my thoughts on Walker Kessler. Fuck that nigga. Give a shit about Walker Kessler, nigga. Nigga, Wembanyama will abuse Walker Kessler. That's all y'all do on Jovan and Trevor's channel. That's all y'all do is send super chats asking about, players that ain't gonna matter. The only way the Lakers are gonna get better is if you trade for players that are actually gonna move the needle. Y'all be trying to trade for, what did the Jazz, didn't the Jazz have the worst record in the league this year? How many games did he play? 5 games? You want to trade for a nigga that played 5 games? Get the fuck out of here, man. Walker Kessler played 5 games. Coming off an injury. Y'all don't even know if the nigga can play. Y'all don't even know if the nigga's healthy. Y'all just be saying shit. Yo, what do you think about Walker Kessler? The nigga that's coming off of a shoulder surgery. Are we even sure he can play basketball? Nigga played 5 games. Nigga played 5 games, chat. This is who they keep asking about. A nigga played 5 games. Another sorry saltine. 5 games played. Yeah, let's trade for a guy that played 5 games. Every year they want to play musical chairs with the roster. Every year. Next year, next is gonna be Nicholas Claxton. That's what they're gonna be asking about next. What about Nicholas Claxton? What about Isaiah Hartenstein? What about Mitchell Robinson? All these sorry ass centers y'all be asking for. What are they gonna do? What are they gonna do? Like I said, just start tanking, Laker fan. That's the only way you're going to get better. You got to tank, man. You got to tank. Oh, and by the way, Laker fan, y'all are really fucked. I just thought about it. Adam Silver changed the tanking rules. So y'all are really full. Y'all can't even tank now. I forgot. Y'all can't even tank. Damn. I was going to say y'all should just tank and get better picks, but y'all can't even tank. Adam Silver done changed the rules. It's over. It's over. You got no picks, you got no assets, you got nothing. Y'all trying to make a role-playing bum your second option. It's over. Pack it up. It's fries. Put the fries in the bag and hand them to the customer. Nigga talking about Walker Kessler. Oh yeah, you're gonna go beat the Thunder next year with Walker Kessler and Luka. Yeah, that's your championship. That's the new Magic and Kareem, right? Walker Kessler and Luka. Like, are you niggas even serious? Are you people even serious? Like before y'all be saying this shit to Trevor and stuff, right? Do y'all actually think about the stuff y'all be saying or be thinking about? Do y'all actually think about this shit? I don't think y'all do. I really don't. I don't think y'all even be thinking about half the stuff y'all be saying. Y'all just be saying shit. Y'all are so desperate for players, y'all just be saying anything. That's where Lakers are at. You're just desperate. You're like a horny nigga at 201 outside of the club. At that point, you'll take anything. You'll take anything. Chad, you know how it is. The clubs close at 2. It's 201. You ain't got no girl, so you just standing outside, looking for somebody to take home. That's where Laker fans are at this point. Y'all are outside the club at 201 looking for a slut. You don't care if she's, fucking a torta. You don't care if she's some, trailer park trash white slut. You don't care if Boquisha. You don't care who you take home. You could care less. You're drunk and you just want to fuck. You just want to put your cock in something. That's it. You could care less what you get. That's where you guys are at. You're not even thinking straight anymore if you're asking about Walker Kessler. You're not thinking straight. You're just horny. You just want some pussy.
You're a freaky frog.
You guys know it's true. You guys know it's true. Listen, the club's close at 2. If you ain't got you a girl by 2, it's over. Real talk. Now, like I said, it happened to me like a few months ago. I was out in Phoenix. It was like the same exact situation. It was like 201, 205. I'm outside the club. I didn't catch nothing in the club. So I got to start shooting. You know what I mean? I got to start shooting. And like I said, I've caught plenty after 2. I have. I've caught plenty after 2. I'm like I said, I'm clutch. You know what I mean? So I get it. Right? I've had to go into overtime before. Right? Fourth quarter ends. It's 2:00. Fourth quarter's over. Now you got to play overtime. Right? And you got to come through if you want to win the game. So I've done it. I've been outside 205, 210. I'm still cooking. I'm trying to find something. And I've found some shit. But let's keep it a buck. You and I both know it's better to find something before the end of regulation. It's always better to find something before the end of regulation. Sometimes it's even better to go to the game with something. Real shit. Now, like I said, I'm trying to think. What's the best? Have I found anything quality after 2? I don't know if I had. Hold on. I'm trying to think. Have I found anything quality after 2? Nah, I don't think so. That's crazy. Now that I'm thinking about it, I don't think so, man. I think after 2, you're left with the scraps. Yeah, after 2, you're really just left with the scraps, man. You're not going to really catch anything quality after 2. You're left with the scraps. So, yeah, you got to find something before the end of regulation. You know what I mean? Or you're going to be left with nothing. You guys know it's true. You guys know it's true. Laker fans, you guys are drunk. You guys are off of buzzball, 6 tequila shots, and it's 2:10 outside, and you're just horny and you just want something. You ever ask me about Walker Kessler? You just want to do something. We got Jael. What's going on, man?
Yo, what's up, Reg? Man, I wasn't gonna hop on the stream, but man, you got the trolls trying to ruin the stream. Walker Kessler, you know what I think about when I hear Walker Kessler? I think what's the dude named Cornette, backing up Wemby. Sounds like a good backup. Like,
Right.
what are we gonna do with this dude? Put him out there with Luka.
That's what I think. Not to cut you off, John, but that's what I think Danny Ainge is trying to do. That's why he brought in Jaren Jackson Jr. He probably put him on as the backup.
Danny Ainge is in Utah, and he could see they had too many white guys. That's why he's trying to get rid of some of them. It's like, damn, Danny Ainge trying to get rid of white boys? Just send them to the Lakers. But I'm good on Walker Kessler. Maybe if we dump everybody else and then only bring in Walker Kessler as the sole white dude, maybe. But other than that, call him an Uber. Get him out of here.
Yeah, like I said, Laker fans at this point are just desperate. I mean, the dude asked me, he's like, "Yo, what are your thoughts on Walker Kessler?" Like, bro, you're just desperate. Y'all talking about Walker Kessler, Nicholas Claxton, Mitchell Robinson. Like, but y'all just desperate for anything at this point.
Desperate for anything. Like, I think if there's any moves to be made, it's to go and get one of them young dudes off either San Antonio or OKC. Because OKC got contracts kicking in next year. Chet's contracts kicking in. They're going to have to get rid of Hardenstein. Maybe we could go after him. They're going to have to do something. AJ Mitchell, they got all these other guys ready to play and get some minutes. They ain't just going to be sitting on the bench forever. And then in 1 or 2 years, their contracts will be up. Same thing over in San Antonio. So you might as well try to grab one of these young dudes off the bench that's ready to take the next step. And just like Harden, just like Brunson, they all out there. Just find one of them dudes, and then that would be our best bet than Claxton or Kessler. And it's like Lakers fans, and I hate to say it because I'm a Laker fan, but some of these Lakers fans out here, it's like they don't even want starter level caliber talent. Like Nicholas Claxton? What? Ain't he been sitting on the bench somewhere? Walker Kessler, he was injured all last season. We want another injured player to come sit on the bench?
My thing is, it's like, to me, it just, and I like I said, I see them on Faker Nation and Faker Collective and all these other podcasts, and I see these people saying the same thing, and this is kind of the narrative that they're running with. And to me, it's laughable because it's like, I don't care who you go get at your center, to play off the bench or whatever. At the end of the day, it's not going to matter because, according to what I see, you guys are moving forward thinking that Luka and Reeves can be your first and second option. So I don't care who you go get. I mean, it's a moot point to me. I don't care if you go get Walker Kessler or not. Let's just say you do get him. You're not beating OKC because Walker Kessler comes to the Lakers. It's not going to happen. Your 2 best players are your issue, in my opinion. So if you're going to keep them, it don't matter who you sign. If you're thinking Walker Kessler is going to be the difference between you getting swept this year by OKC to next year, you're going to do what with Walker Kessler? You're going to lose in 5? Like, come on, we got to start getting realistic here. So that's my issue with it. You know, you have bigger problems than your center. DeAndre Ayton, you know, yeah, is he a problem? Is you know, his energy, you know, his rebounding, is all this stuff concerning? Yeah, but that's not your biggest problem. He's not the one pounding the air out the ball. But this is what they do. Whenever the Lakers lose, they start looking for people to blame instead of blaming the people that actually deserve the blame. You know, I'm arguing with fanboys earlier today. They're talking about they're blaming the roster. I'm like, no. When LeBron and AD was here, we blamed roster construction. You want to know why? Because when LeBron and AD joined together their first year, they won a title. So we have proof of concept. We know this is a successful business, right? But now it's whose team? It's Luka and Aston, right? So I don't want to hear about roster construction. Are we even sure Luka and Aston can win? Are we sure that they can be your first and second option and you can win? No. They can't. So once again, it don't matter who you go sign. Go sign whoever you want. I've already said it. I hope they get everybody they want. I hope they get Trey Murphy this summer, Lou Dort, Herb Jones, Nicholas Claxton, Mitchell Robinson, Walker. I hope they get everybody that their heart desires. I really do. Because if the strategy is to build around Luka and Aston, I don't care who you get, it won't work.
Yeah, I agree. I think the only way Luka and Reeves work on the team together is if Reeves is a 6-man and he comes off the bench. I think that's the only way that they could possibly work together. So especially building around them, making that the focus instead of putting them in their proper position and building properly around Luka and LeBron, which would be like our best bet because in reality, who can you go get right now better than LeBron? If you want to say there's somebody out there that we can let LeBron walk for and slide him in and get better results than LeBron, then you tripping. So if we really wanted to do what was right for the team, and even if we can't beat OKC or if we can't beat San Antonio, put together a competitive team that can go out there and maybe, raise its ceiling throughout the season playing together and give us a chance. I think that, Aston has to go to the bench. I think Peyton Watson is actually one of those players because this past season, when he had a chance to start, he was putting up 20 a game when I think Jamal Murray was hurt. Jamal Murray and Bron went out, and he was out there with just him and Jokic. He was putting up like 20 a game starting. And he did it consistently over the whole time that they were injured. So, yeah, I think that would be a good start and, really build towards, Herb Jones would be good. I mean, that's a real team. Herb Jones with Peyton Watson, LeBron James, DeAndre Ayton, and Luka. What? That's a great starting 5. Because I'm going to be honest, the problem is not DeAndre Ayton. Because the whole time that Luka and Reeves is out and it was LeBron and DeAndre and the rest of the role players, DeAndre Ayton played good the whole stretch. Nobody was complaining about him. Nobody was complaining. They were starting to talk differently about him. And as soon as Aston comes back, he goes back to the same old habits. Because like you said, now somebody's just pounding the air out of the ball. But, I mean, there is a competitive team that we could put together out there. But you're right. We cannot build it around Reeves and Luka.
Yeah, I got Peyton Watson's numbers pulled up. As a starter, he was averaging 17, 5, and 2. In 40 games as a starter this season. So once again, to me, okay, so you're getting a slightly better version of maybe Rui. I don't look at Peyton Watson as a guy that, I just don't. And then you got to think too, if he comes to the Lakers, his numbers are going down playing next to Luka and Reeves. They're going to be your 2 primary, ball handlers. So You know, Rui, he got hot in the playoffs. That's because Luka wasn't playing. You know, and Reeves sat out most of the playoffs, especially in the first round. That's why Rui was able to like get more usage and more shots up. So if they were playing, Rui wouldn't have done that. So to me, I think Peyton Watson, if he were to come to the Lakers, you're not going to get the same Peyton Watson that that you were getting when he was in Denver. And he's restricted. He's a restricted free agent. So the odds of you getting him are low anyway.
But we can offer him more than what Denver could match. If we offer him 112, Denver can't match that. And that's around what I think. That's what I think he's going for on this market as a restricted free agent, around 112 for 4 years. I think they was talking about. So we could actually offer more than Denver could match. But I think Peyton Watson is ascending, and I agree with you. He won't get the 17 because of if he's out there playing with Luka. I agree. But if we can get his consistent 15 and he can just play the defense because he is a good high-level defender, he would actually work on the team. But here's the fan in me now. Here's the fan. I think if they do re-sign Reeves, they're going to move him to the bench, which is going to be best for the team. And I think when Luka comes back next year, he learned that the team plays better with us moving the ball, and I think he's going to change his game.
Yeah, my thing with Peyton Watson, though, is like if he's as good as Laker fans are saying, if I'm Denver, I'm not going to give him to you. I'm going to try to keep him, and I'll move some of my other pieces off the team so I can make sure I can keep him. So, yeah, I think, if you're Denver and you see how coveted he is by other teams, I don't think you're just going to get off of him. And then he's a restricted free agent, so, he's not a free agent. If he was a free agent, he can just sign with whoever he wants. But restricted free agent, that means he has to. Denver is gonna have the power to match any offer that a team puts out there.
Yeah, I think that's actually a really good point because I think Denver wants to get off of Christian Brown, which I think is a mistake because
and that's another thing too. It's like if you're the Lakers, you see Christian Braun and they won a championship with him. So they paid him and look how that's panning out. It's not panning out, So there's plenty of examples where it's like, okay, y'all saying, he deserves 150. Like, bro, do you understand how much money that is per year? How are you going to build out the rest of your roster when you got him and Luka making, $90, $100 million a year? Like, it's not going to work.
Yeah. But I think Christian Brown, I think he just had a bad year. I think with everything that was going on over there in Denver, people being hurt in and out, they didn't have no steady lineup. It was a mess over there this year. And I think he just had a bad year because of everything that was going on. So I think it would be a bad idea for Denver to get off of him. But I think considering the point that you just made, they would probably get off of him to keep Peyton Watson. He's cheaper and he's better at this point.
Yeah, if I'm the Nuggets, I'm not letting one of my best assets and prospects walk to another team. So yeah, I just, like I said, I don't even like having conversations about restricted free agents because, I mean, the odds of you getting them it's just low. I mean, I remember a few years ago, the Pacers signed DeAndre Ayton to a contract, and then the Phoenix came in and they matched it, and he wanted out of Phoenix, but they had his rights, so they had the ability to match it, and they did, and he didn't end up going to the Pacers. He ended up staying in Phoenix, and then he got traded to Portland, and then they bought him out. But yeah, for me, I don't even like talking about restricted free agents. Like it's not realistic to think you're gonna get a Peyton Watson to me or even a Walker Kessler. If I'm Danny Ainge, I mean, I'm gonna here's what I'm doing if I'm Danny Ainge, right? And I got Walker Kessler, or if I got Peyton Watson, I'm gonna sit and I'm gonna wait to see, what offers come in. And then obviously if you know, an offer comes in that's just like way out of my price range, like if you're gonna overpay for a Walker Kessler, then okay, go ahead. I'm gonna let you have him. But if the deal is gonna be, you know, reasonable to the point where, you know, I can keep him, I'm gonna try and keep him. I think it's more likely that I think it'd be more likely you could get Walker Kessler, but once again, I don't see him as being like a consequential piece. You know, like he played 5 games last year. He's never played in the playoffs. So like, I don't see how you could think he's going to be like a player that's just going to come change life for you. You know, now Peyton Watson, you can make a stronger case for, but definitely not for Walker Kessler. Not at all. He's never even played in the playoffs.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, so let me set this up for you. Dream scenario. LeBron's going to take 30 and 30 mil, and we're going to trade Reeves, and that extra money that he's not taking is going to go to bring in a player. Who do you think would be a good fit to maybe do a sign and trade, or however we're going to get Reeves off to get the player in there? Who do you think that player is, and maybe give me a little bit of construction with how you can see it going on?
Well, just looking at like what's out there, because there's not really much out there, I would probably say maybe I'll probably say the best person that I've seen that potentially could be available would probably be Wiggins, Andrew Wiggins. I think, you know, his championship level experience, his size, his height, you know, former #1 pick. I like Andrew Wiggins. I don't like him as like a first or a second option, but as a third option, I think as a third option, he could be a really, really good piece. So I would say Andrew Wiggins. That's who I would say. We got C Buckets in the chat. You said you're actually right. LeBron is the problem. He can't make his teammates better. That's just like completely asinine to even say. So off the bat, I know you're trolling. And then two, you know, LeBron is 41. Like, he's past the point of like having to make teammates better. You know, at this point, like, you niggas just got to know how to play at this point. Like, LeBron's not 23 anymore where he can, like, you know, uplift trash. Like, now he needs adequate teammates. So, yeah, we don't have time to be trying to make bums better than what they are. Those days are over. If you can't play, you got to go. It's that simple. But yeah, like I said, Giles, that would be the player I would be looking at. And then if I couldn't get him, I would look at like a Norman Powell. I think he could be a good fit in the starting lineup. You know, and then, you know, if we're talking like centers and stuff like that, I mean, I just don't see much options out there that's like really going to be an upgrade to DeAndre Ayton. You know, I mean, Mitchell Robinson, people have been saying him. I think that's just like insane. You know, if you remember the way that the Mavericks got Derek Lively, they tanked in 23. You know, they didn't make the playoffs that year, and that's how they were able to draft Derek Lively with that pick that they had. So, you know, the Lakers, I don't see the Lakers tanking. So it's like, I don't see how you can really like improve a lot. You know, I mean, you're going to have to make a trade at some point. To me, I think the best thing the Lakers could do would be to trade Luka. That is the best thing the Lakers could do. Outside of that, I mean, like I said, you asked me, what do I think the best, you know, player they could get this summer would be? I said Andrew Wiggins. You know, I said like a journeyman at this point, like a guy that's been getting bounced around, and, you know, yeah, he did win a championship in Golden State, but, you know, I mean, they had already won championships without him. You know, they already had the infrastructure built for him to come in and be successful. So, I mean, it's just not much out there on the free agent list. It's just not. I mean, I could pull up the free agent. Hold on, let me pull up the free agent list, and we're just talking about like realistic, you know, free agents, not guys that are like, restricted free agents. These are unrestricted free agents, guys that you can realistically acquire. So number one free agent is LeBron, obviously. You got Norman Powell, CJ McCollum, Kobe White. That's crazy. Ayo DeSumo from Minnesota. He's solid, I guess. Rui Hachimura, Tobias Harris. I mean, Kelly Oubre. Now we're starting to get nasty. Robert Williams, Mitchell Robinson, Quentin Grimes. Now it's getting gross.
Yeah, I think a trade for Wiggins and then acquiring Norman Powell in free agency, Palika was able to pull something off like that. I think that would be the best he's done since he's been with the Lakers. But I think you are right about trading Luka, but the bad thing about trading Luka is there's no other team out there that's going to give us the value of what he's worth. And then the Lakers would be stupid to let him go for pennies on the dollar. So it's kind of in a hard position with him to where, like, what would be a middle ground that you can come to with the team that has real assets, maybe some draft picks, maybe a player or two that they're willing to actually get off and not try to just fleece us because we want to get off of Luka.
I mean, I kind of agree because when you look at, the offer that Miami made for Giannis, I think they offered like Tyler Hero, Jaime Jaquez Jr. Like, I think, let me see. Let me pull up Miami's offer for Giannis. Yeah, let me see. Yeah, they offered Tyler Hero, Jaime Jaquez Jr., Khalil Ware, and then the 13th pick and 2 future firsts. So, yeah, for me personally, you're probably right in terms of, like, at this point, what could you get? For me, I would trade him for a top 5 pick in this year's draft.
Oh, yeah, for sure, but nobody's giving up. Nah, if you're giving up a top 5 pick in this year's draft for Luka, you going down like Nico Harris.
I do think there's a team, like, for example, I think Utah would. They got the 2nd pick in the draft right now. I think they would trade the 2nd pick for Luka. And they could put Luka... they love the Saltines over there. They could put Luka, Kessler, Lowry. I think they would. I think they would give us Luka, and if I could get Ace Bailey, I would do that if I'm the Lakers. I really honestly would. I do think there's like, I'm not saying every team would just give you a good haul for Luka. But I do think you can get somebody to. It's 30 teams. Like, I ain't saying all 30 would just give you a haul, but I think you could finesse maybe 1 or 2 teams for Luka. Absolutely. So I think Utah would be one of those teams, if I'm being honest with you. I think Utah would. I think they come off that 2nd pick for Luka. But once again, I think it's still a moot point because it's like, would the Lakers come up off of Luka? I don't think the Lakers will come up off of him. I really don't. I think they've bought into this whole, he made the finals 3 summers ago. I think they brought into that whole narrative, and they still think it's 2024 and that you can build around him and win. So I don't see the Lakers doing it, but if I'm running the show, that's what I would do this summer. I would get off his ass. Like, I would be making some calls, right? Because this draft right here, this is a really good draft. This is a good draft. This is one of the best drafts I've seen in a little minute. So if I'm the Lakers, if I'm running the show here, yeah, the draft coming up, I'm making some calls to see what I could get for Luka, and I'm trying to get up off of him. And like I said, I'll give him to Utah. You give me, let me get that second pick in Ace Bailey. I'll let you have him. And because that's what the Lakers need. They need young assets. You need some 18, 19, 20-year-olds that are athletic and can play both sides of the ball. You can't have, two white dudes pushing 30 that play one side of the ball. It's not going to work in this NBA anymore. All these guys, defense is back now. Wemby made it a thing. Wemby said defense is 50% of the game. It had been a lost art for years. It had been forgotten about, but now it's a thing again. So now, I just don't see a path. This isn't 20. And then once again, Nico was the one that built the team. You don't have Nico. You have Rob Pelinka. So it's just like, I don't see how this is going to work. I don't see how you're going to get this team to be built like the 24 Mavericks. And even then, that's a failed strategy because the Mavericks lost. It wasn't like they won. I could see people were saying, yo, let's build the team like the 24 Celtics. Okay, well, that makes sense. They won the championship. Y'all talking about building a team around a team that lost. I mean, it's completely ass backwards. I mean, that's what the Lakers are. That's what the fan base is. That's what the organization is. It's just ass backwards. None of this shit makes any sense. We're gonna build our team like the team that lost in the final. Whoever said that? I remember when the Rockets were trying to catch the Warriors, right? Okay, that made sense. Daryl Morey and them, they're like, yeah, we're gonna build our team like the Warriors. We're gonna shoot threes. We're gonna shoot more threes than them. Okay, well, I can at least respect the vision. They're chasing the champs. Like I can at least respect the vision. You got Laker fans tomorrow. Yeah, let's chase the 24 Mavericks. What? You're chasing the loser, not the winner? Oh yeah, this organization is just ass backwards.
Yeah, but I think the 24 Mavericks were trying to use our formula with the double bigs with Gafford and Lively. So I think you could build that out correctly because we did it with our double big lineup. And they would be, if you could put the right pieces around Luka, they would be similar to that 2020 team. But it's just about putting the right pieces around that Luka. And they didn't have it because Kyrie wasn't the right piece to have on side of Luka.
But here's the problem. So on the opposite side, it was Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown. And you have two guys, 6'8", 6'9", 6'10", whatever, that can switch pretty much 1 through 5, and they play both sides of the ball. So that's better, right, than Kyrie and Luka, who are both one-way players. Kyrie's a one-way player. He's only going to give you offense. Go back to the finals in 2016. People talk about the shot Kyrie made at the end of the game to win the game, but they don't mention the play before that when he missed the shot and the Warriors were on a fast break and LeBron had to come for the chase down block. So they don't give LeBron credit for the game-saving block, but they give Kyrie the credit for the shot. People overlook that. So Kyrie, once again, he's a one-way player. He's only going to give you offense. He doesn't play defense. It's the same thing with Luka. One-way player that doesn't play defense. So when you look on the other side, Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown, once again, they both play both sides of the ball. They can switch. That's what you need. So we're talking about building a team like the Mavericks. No, we need to build a team like the Celtics. We need guys that can guard 1 through 4, 1 through 5, that can switch, that play defense. That's what we need. Go give me Ace Bailey.
Well, I think that's what we have now. What I was going to say is Kyrie wasn't the right person to have on side of Luka because Luka needs an athletic guy next to him. And the reason we look like we look now is because we have Reeves and Luka, another offensive guard, short, no defense. He's like Kyrie light, or he tries to be Kyrie light. But if you were to put a long athletic wing on side of Luka, that would work better, which is why LeBron and Kyrie work so well, because you had Kyrie, who, like you said, offense, but you had LeBron James who could play both sides of the ball, put him next to Kyrie. Now, Luka needs that same formula. He needs a defensive player next to him, and then you build out the rest of the roster. Like, I think if you just traded out Kyrie for an athletic two guard who can play both sides of the ball, whatever top 10 you could put next to him, athletic two, then they could have actually beat the Celtics. But that was the weak link in the system because that backcourt had no defense. Kyrie and Luka ain't stopping nobody. Just like Reeves and Luka ain't stopping nobody. So if we take our formula, which is the double big formula, which is what Dallas was trying to do, and we build it out the way that we know can be successful because we've already done it, I think we can put the proper pieces next to him. But like I said, that's the fan in me by saying, hey, Reeves is going to go to the bench. We're going to bring that guy in, and Luka's going to play the right way. So that's the fan in me hoping everything goes perfectly. But there is a way to do it. But for me, it's considering the way we've seen Rob Pelinka continually not do what the hell got us a championship. It's like, I don't believe in him. I don't believe in him at all. Like we know the blueprint. We did it. And everybody who's won's done it after us, and we just refuse to use our same blueprint. I don't believe in Rob Pelinka, I guess, because the guys are out there to get it.
But see, you're talking about the double big. To me, okay, like you had LeBron at the 1, and LeBron was facilitating your offense. He was orchestrating your offense. And then you had AD. He was, defending and doing what he does in your front court. And
yeah, he was giving us 24 and 12 or 25 and 12. So he was doing it on both ends.
Right. So to me, that's just a completely different team. Like the structure was different. It was a completely different team. I think nowadays you just can't win with one-way stars. I just don't think you can do it, especially if they're white. I just don't believe you can win because here's my thing too, Jael. You mentioned Kyrie, right? But you didn't mention Luka. Luka was the reason they lost.
Well, yeah, I said neither one of them can play defense, but I mean, Luka can't play defense. He's not athletic enough to be able to play defense.
Okay, so let's stop right there.
You have to put a defender on the side of you.
So if Luka can't play defense, why are we trying to build a team around him then?
Because his offense is dynamic enough that this is, and I don't know if you'll agree with this, but this is what I was telling my brother who was a Laker fan back when we had D'Lo. I said the reason D'Lo works well on the Lakers is because we have enough defense around him to take advantage of his offense and then to cover up his deficiency on defense when we had Vando, Anthony Davis around him. So he can set the record in threes and not hurt us because we have enough defense around him to be able to pick up the slack and for it to not be a net negative. I think Luka is the same way for us. His offense is dynamic enough that there's enough to be taken advantage of if you put the right defenders around him to be able to take up his deficiencies.
But that only works in the regular season. Because every time we got to the playoffs, what happened? D'Lo got exposed. They attacked him. They exposed him. And they're going to do the same thing with Luka. If you can't guard, we can't build around you. Defense is 50% of the game. And the fact that we just concede with Luka, oh, well, he can't defend. Like, bro, that's a big thing. And people be acting like it's not a big thing. That's a big thing. If your best player doesn't play 50% of the game in a sport that requires him to play 100% of the game, that's a problem. And that's a big problem. That's not
Nah,
something
it
that
is
we
a-
should just be glossing over.
It is a problem, and I don't mean to say it as in it to be glossed over, but I say it in the sense of just like I explained it. There's enough offense there to be taken advantage of if you bring the defense. Now, I'm not saying for him to just stand out there and don't do nothing. You have to give effort, you know what I'm saying? And I think he did give more effort this year than he did last year or the last couple of years. I actually watch every Laker game, and I watch a lot of Dallas too. I watch actually a lot of basketball, most of the Western Conference teams. But his defense this year, as an effort, was better than it was the last couple of years, and that's what I'm saying. It's all in. It's all in if you believe that there is still room for Luka to get better. Playing on side of LeBron, learning more as he's with LeBron, changing his game to be able to fit the team, working a little bit harder on defense, picking up good habits, growing as a player, which is what you expect to do every year until you can't grow as a player. If you think that his greatness is not soaking up being around LeBron, then I'll agree with you, everything you're saying 100%. But I'm not willing to concede yet that he is not willing to get better and do things to make his game better, which will in turn make the team better.
Yeah, I just think when it comes to Luka, I just don't think you can win with Luka. And the reason why I don't think you can win with Luka is because the league, because of the parity now, you know, I remember like, okay, let's just say we go back 15 years ago, 2010. You know, let's go back 2010, 2011. You know, there wasn't as much parity then. You know, like I remember those late 2000s days. Like, you know, you had, I mean, I think Boston, they went to the finals 2 or 3 years. The Lakers went 3 straight years. Then Miami came, they went 4 straight years. Then the Warriors came, they went 5 straight, I think, finals. Right? So you got like 1 or 2 you basically got LeBron and Steph in the finals every year. You know, you got LeBron and the Spurs, you know, or the Celtics or the Lakers. Like you had maybe a few teams. Now in the NBA, I mean, if you look at this decade alone, I've never seen this happen in all my years watching the sport, where every single year to start the decade, there's been a new champion. So you have way more parity. So what does that mean to me? That means there's just way more competition, right? Teams are not just holding serve anymore, right? They're being aggressive. They're making the moves that they need to make sure that their team is competitive. So to me, I just think the league is just different now. Nobody's waiting on Luka to get his shit together. Like, the league is not going to pause and say, okay, Luka, we're going to give you a 5-year window to win a championship. That's not happening in this generation. These players now, they're not coming anymore. They're here. You know, look at the Joker. Let's just think about this for a second. I think the Joker's done. I think Giannis is done. Giannis hasn't won a playoff series in 4 years. Nobody talks about it. He's done. The Joker, you're done. Your window to win is done. Jaden McDaniels done it. They done exposed y'all. None of y'all play defense. We're just going to relentlessly attack y'all. We're going to get y'all up out of here. And that's what they did. So this notion, right, that, oh, well, Luka still can do it. I think that we got to have an honest conversation about the landscape of the NBA. This ain't, like I said, nobody's waiting on Luka to get his shit together so that the Lakers can win. These niggas are passing him, lapping him at this point. SGA is lapping Luka. SGA's on his second MVP. Luka ain't got one yet. Like, Luka's not getting better. He's decreasing. He was on like SGA, Jason Tatum tier, Jaylen Brown tier. Now he's dropping to like Trae Young, Devin Booker tier. Y'all don't want to talk about that. So we're acting like as he's getting older, he's improving. Luka is declining right before our eyes, and nobody wants to talk about it. So I'm gonna be real with you. I don't think that we can just say, oh, well, he's gonna get better. Okay, maybe let's just say, okay, Jael, let's just say you're right, and Luka does get better. So what's gonna happen with Wemby? Is he not gonna get better? Is Cooper Flag not getting better? What about AJ DeBonds and all these new niggas that's gonna be in the league next year? Are they not gonna get better? Is Cade Cunningham not gonna get better? All these guys are getting better. Jalen Brunson's got better. Everybody else is getting better. Then you got new niggas coming in. Bro, I'm sorry, bro. It's just too stiff, bro.
Yes, that's proving my point, right? Going back to what you were saying, it's because in the early 2000s and the 2010s, teams were top heavy. You had one or two stars, and then only when Ray Allen, Paul Pierce, and Kevin Garnett did you ever hear the term Big Three. And then we got LeBron James, Dwayne Wade, and we got Chris Bosh, Big Three. So only those big stars were coming together. Did we hear the term Big Three? Now there's so much talent in the league that there's more talent at the end of the bench, and now a Big Three is a common thing. So that means that those young guys that are out there to go and for us to get, yeah, they're coming into the league and they're getting better, and they're there for us to get too. We just got to have the right staff. We got to have the right people in the organization who know how to go out and scout talent, who know how to utilize our assets, and who know how to go out and get these dudes.
Jael.
Yes, these dudes are in the league and they're coming, but they're there for us to get too.
No, they're not. You got the 25th pick. The way the Mavericks got Derek Lively, they tanked. That's gonna be the only way. And then Adam Silver just changed the tanking rules. So
AJ Mitchell was a second round pick.
And
Jokic was a second round pick.
And respectfully,
Giannis was a second round pick.
The Lakers are not good at drafting. So to think they're gonna go get an AJ Mitchell this year is insane. They're not good at drafting.
They weren't good at drafting. We have a whole new regime in there this year. We don't know what these guys.
You have an Indian dude. Y'all didn't go get Nico Harrison. You didn't go get Masai Ujiri. You got a dusty cheat. You got a stinky cheat. You got an Indian nigga. Come on, Jai. That's what I'm saying, bro. We got to get serious, gang. Like, I could see, okay, if you went and got Nico, or you went and got, Danny Ainge or Brad Stevens, you got a stinky Jeet that works on planes.
Nah, those guys ain't out there.
He's not a real, and he's your assistant GM. Rob Pelinka's still going to be over him. So, come on, that's not even a real hire. Come on, Jai. We got to stop this, man. Like, seriously.
Nah. I think, nah, for real. Just having another voice of someone who knows how to spot talent, right? Who knows how to spot talent. Somebody who knows how to make good decisions.
So let me ask you, what talent did he get in New Orleans? What talent did the stinky Jeet? What did he get in New Orleans?
See, he wasn't the head of the snake. I've been in a position before but he wanted to do his own thing and wasn't the one calling the shots. He could have been giving them the proper information. He could have been making the right assessments. But the boss is going to do what the boss want to do. They don't always take the advice of the people around him, especially in New Orleans where we know that the organization is defunct. Nobody is making good decisions around there.
Right, and that's who y'all signed. So it's like,
and maybe Mark Walters seeing the talent, like, this dude's really on his thing. Let's pull him out of that bad situation because we can really utilize him over here and put him in a position to be successful, and we can take advantage of maybe those good ideas or whatever it is that Mark Walters might have seen.
So now I get it. So you're a glass half full kind of guy as it pertains to the Lakers. I get it. You're a Laker fan, Jael, but in reality, Jael, like I said, for me personally. Okay, so they signed a stinky Indian yesterday. Wow. I'm not sold, Jael.
I am a Lakers fan, but I'm also a very smart guy. And I'm really smart, not because I know everything, because I know how to rely on the people who are there to do the job. If a guy is put in a position to do the job, then I believe that he has the credentials to do the job until he proves otherwise. You know what I'm saying? I have trained people. I have been a person that has been trained extensively. I've been in workplaces where um, we've hired people and people try to fake it till you make it. They don't know what they're doing. And then you hire a guy who may not have all the credentials and who's come in and knock it out the park. So I believe in people until that person shows me he's not that. And I think Mark Walters is a person who's very smart. He's already built a championship. He's already recognized talent and put people in position to be successful. So I believe in his eye to recognize talent and put people in the right places to make the right decisions. And until he proves otherwise, I'm going to believe in that. But he's already shown us in baseball, not saying baseball is basketball, but he's shown me that he can do it in some capacity. And that's better than bringing in somebody who has no idea what they're doing, who don't know what winning look like, who can't bring it. It's the same reason that I agree with you on the Luka and Reeves point and the AD and LeBron point. I believed in that.
But here,
No. One real quick. I believed AD and LeBron would work again because they've won. They've proved it. I don't believe Luka and Reeves can win because they haven't proved it. At least Mark Walters has proved it in some sense. So I want to believe in that rather than somebody who's never done it, and I can't believe in that.
But see, here's what you're missing though, and I don't all the way like disagree with you with what you're saying, right? Some stuff you're saying, I can see why you would be optimistic about Mark Walter. Here's my only thing though, right? So let's just say, the Lakers are, a shitty house that was recently sold to Mark Walter. And Mark Walter is, he's going to demolish the home and he's going to rebuild it from ground up, right? I think what you're discounting and what you're not taking into consideration is that that's going to be a process, right? Like you don't just tear a home down and then the next week, you got a new house built. It's a process. It's going to take time. So for me personally, okay, cool. You got Mark Walter. He bought the Lakers shitty house. He's tearing it down and he's going to build a marvelous mansion. Okay, great. This is going to be a process though. It's not going to happen overnight. And for people like you can't just think, oh, because we got Mark Walter yesterday, tomorrow we're going to be a contender. It's not going to work like that. This is going to be a years long process. The Lakers won't get back on track under Mark Walter for 5, 10, 15 years, maybe. I mean, seriously, that's how far behind they are. They're not, I'm telling you, Jael, you're not catching OKC or the Spurs in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years. It's not happening.
Okay, check this out. I agree. If you tear down a house, that you can't have it built up in a day. But you got to also agree, if you go to the right Home Depot and get the right truck full of Mexicans, it'll be built way quicker.
Ja, you got to stop this, dude. Seriously. You got to stop, bro.
I'm just saying, bro. I literally think.
This man said, we going to go get the right set of Mexicans. Like, come on, man. Like, we got to stop. We got to stop.
I really think you are right in saying 3, 4, 5 years for sure, because that is a real legitimate real business expectation as far as if you want to come in, completely tear something down, turn it around, build it back up for it to mean something. But I think we have enough here right now that if the right moves are made, we could contend next year, and then the year after next, for sure, we can win a championship. But that's the fan in me. That's the fan in me thinking if everything goes perfectly.
You're being at this point you're being disingenuous. So for example, right? Let's take LeBron. Let's take LeBron, right? So I don't know how old LeBron was when he started playing organized basketball. Maybe he was 7, 8 years old, right? Like when did he start like actually like seeing real money from it? Maybe 17, 16, right? So we're talking like 8,
Oh
9.
yeah, high school for sure.
Yeah, like so we're talking 8, 9 years. He's just playing the game completely for free, not making any money. You know, it's the same thing. Like you said, it's the same thing in business. Like if you start a business tomorrow, like you can't expect to turn a profit next week. It's gonna take 3, 4, 5 years to build the business up to the point where it can be profitable. Right? So it's the same thing. Like Mark Walter came in. Okay, cool. I agree with you. He built a successful product with the Dodgers. He should be given, grace. And we should give him the benefit of the doubt that he could do the same thing with the Lakers. We agree there. But to think that he's going to come in and, in 1 year, I mean, he hadn't even been here a year yet. He got here in October. It's been what, 7 months, 8 months? So to think that, we're going to go from being one of the worst ran organizations. I think they ranked the Lakers like the 25th best ranked organization a few months ago. I talked about it on one of the shows we did. They ranked the Lakers 25th. So this is a bottom 5 organization in the league. To think you're going to go from bottom 5 to catching OKC in 1 year, I mean, that's just insane. Like OKC has 2 picks in this year's draft. I think they got the 12th and the 17th pick. So they got a lottery pick in this year's draft. And they're talking about they're going to use both of those picks to move up to draft, Cam Boozer. Come on, man. Like, you got the 25th pick. You're not catching OKC anytime soon. I mean, we're talking 5 to 10 years that the Lakers in a post-LeBron world are going to be relevant from a basketball perspective again. It's not going to happen anytime soon. Give me 1 second, Jai. Give me 1 second, Jai.
Yeah.
We got AMJ Beats. Shout out to AMJ Beats with the $20 super chat. Appreciate you, man.
Austin Reeves. Foul baiter.
Got me on a late night mission, pulling up.
Shout out to AMJ Beats. Appreciate you, man. You said big threes are not built through the draft. They're built by trading away players or players signing with teams that are already stacked. Spurs big three wasn't considered a big three overnight. But the Celtics, Miami, Golden State with KD was. But yeah. You got any thoughts on that, Jayo?
That's absolutely not true because Draymond Green, Steph Curry, and Klay Thompson were built through the draft, which would be considered a big three.
Mm-hmm.
So that just kills what he's saying right there. Also,
what about Miami? What about Miami, Boston?
Yeah, that's true because they are built that way, but they're also built through the draft. We got Tim Duncan. Spurs drafted Tim Duncan. Spurs drafted Tony Parker, and then got Ginobili undrafted. So that wasn't through free agency and trading nobody away. They can happen naturally, or did they draft Ginobili in the second round or something like that? But yeah, so it's happened to where they've been built naturally and they've also been put together. As a matter of fact, I think that's kind of what the Spurs are banking on right now with Dylan Hopper, Stephon Castle, and Wemby. That would be built through the draft if they become what they think they can all become. Jay Williams, Chet, and Shea.
Can I tell you how the Lakers are screwed if that's something that they're considering about doing? Because okay, you traded for Luka, who's in his prime and who wants to win, right? So how can you build a team through the draft when you got Luka in his prime on his roster? It's not gonna work because he's gonna want to win games and compete. He's not gonna want to tank. The Spurs been losing for a while. They're just now getting back good. This is their first playoff run in I think 6 years. So once again, you're like 5 to 10 years away, bro. It's not. Oh yeah. It's not gonna happen, bro.
My building through the draft plan is definitely a 5-year plan. So
you can't build through the draft with the 25th pick.
Nah, not. I don't expect us to build through the draft right now. While we have Luka and while Luka's on this 3-year contract, I expect us to put everything into him and LeBron this year, coming up year and next year, and then him for his final year, and then we gonna get off of him, and then that's what his third, fourth year, the fourth and fifth year going into that rebuild process through the draft. So that is the logical business step for the Lakers if you want to take advantage of what we got now. Because I'm gonna be honest with you. I agree 100% with you. If we want to turn the franchise around quickly and get a couple of good players and some good draft picks this year and next year, and then we could be in the game like how these young teams are in the game with 1 and 2 year players, we would definitely have to get off Luka. But I think we can't get off Luka. I think we are actually stuck with him for his contract. So we would have to build around him the best way that we can while we have him, and then at the end of his career, don't hang on to him too long. Either after this 3 years, just get off of him, or before the end of that, trade him for whatever we can get him for and move forward.
So this is funny, right? So you're basically screwed, is what you just said. You're basically screwed, and that's why I say, like, I'm not like, it's not, a troll when I say it's going to be at least, like, the whole trade for Luka sets you back in terms of winning a championship. That sets you back, the trade in and of itself, probably 10 years. Because you traded for a player who I don't even believe you can win with. And then he's in his prime, so you're more than likely going to keep him and try to build around him. But I don't think you're ever going to get over the hump with him. So that's 10 years wasted. So it's like,
I don't think so.
To me, the smartest thing the Lakers could do, I'm gonna say it again. The smartest thing, and I don't think they're gonna do this either, but I think the smartest thing that they could do if they were competent and use their brains is to do what Dallas did, and that's cut their loss on the trade and go get some draft picks. Go get some real assets. Right? That's what the Lakers should do. Cut your loss now. Deal with all the crazy fanboys that are going to riot and complain. Deal with all that now and save yourself 5-10 years of nothing, because that's all you're going to get with Luka is just a wasted 5-10 years. Go get you some real draft picks, some real assets, and then build around a Darren Peterson or a Darius Acuff Jr. Build around that.
What I think you're failing to see is that is not possible. When we landed on Luka, they went and asked about Giannis. They said, hell no. They asked about Anthony Edwards. They said, hell no. They asked about Devin Booker. They said, hell no.
Yeah, that's three teams. That's three teams.
People were not willing to get off. But that's what they thought Luka was worth. That's what I'm saying. You're not going to get what he's worth.
There's 27. But you just brought up superstars. I'm not saying to trade him for a superstar. I'm saying trade him for a draft pick. If you could get the second pick from Utah, I think that's reasonable. Give me the second pick and Ace Bailey. I'll let y'all have him.
That's not reasonable. If Utah's going to make a trade, they're going to make a trade for DeBonza. They want him in Utah, and they'll be like picking Luka over DeBonza, and I don't think they're going to do that.
Okay, so tell the Clippers you'll give them Luka for the 5th pick, and we'll take Darius Acuff Jr. Give me Kawhi in the 5th pick. Let's do a trade. I'll call the Clipper. Hey, we know y'all got this Kawhi scandal. This is a perfect player that you guys can transition with. I'm trying to get off of Luka. Give me the 5th pick and Kawhi. We'll take Kawhi off your hands, and boom, you can take Luka and he'll be a Clipper. Like, there's somebody that would take a Luka for a pick.
Bro, I hate you for that right now, because why that sound like a good idea? Send him to the Clippers for the 5th.
Yeah, send him to the Clippers. Get you a blue chip prospect. Somebody young.
We got to get Darius Garland, Kawhi, and the 5th pick.
Okay. You're wishing for the stars now.
We trying to win, bro. We trying to win the championship with LeBron.
You listen. You trying to make them hang up the phone. I'm trying to have a conversation. You trying to get them to hang up quick. Nah, but like I said, that's what I would do. You know what I mean?
Hey, I think Ballmer would do that, dude.
I
Bro,
think
they
he
are
would
such,
too.
they are such idiots over there. They would do that.
They would. You know, like I said, to me, you know, I'm not even asking at this point. I'm not asking for a superstar for him. Just give me a young prospect and maybe an older vet. You know, I'll take that. Cause like I said, I don't believe Luka is gonna be better than Cooper. I don't believe Luka is gonna be better than Wemby, and I don't believe Luka is gonna be better than SGA. And these are all guys in the West that he's gonna have to compete against. See, what Laker fans don't realize, Laker fans keep comparing their players to the other players on the roster. That's how they're building this team. You know, they're like, right. well, we gotta pay Reeves because, you know, he was our third best player. It's like, well, it's not very hard to be the Lakers' third best player. Y'all don't have shit. You know, he's got to be better than, you know, Luka's got to be better than Anthony Edwards. He's got to be better than Cooper Flag. He's got to be better than Wemby. He's got to be better than the Joker. He's got to be better than SGA. So does Reeves. Reeves got to play better than these guys. I don't believe they can do that. But the way these Laker podcasts are saying it, they're like, oh, well, yeah, you know, Reeves is better than Luke Kennard, so we got to keep him. I'm like, how does that make any sense? That's not how you build a team. You don't compare, you know, players on the same roster. I'm comparing you to the players you're going to have to beat. And every year you get your ass beat. So that's how we have to start. If Laker fans want to be serious again, that's how they got to start looking at it. Can Luka realistically, let me ask you, realistically, do you see if Cooper Flag next year, with another year under his belt, he already won Rookie of the Year. Dude, 6'10", he's a two-way player. Do you really realistically think Luka's gonna be better than him?
Be better than him? No, but actually, we could put together a team in the playoffs that'll be better than the Mavericks for sure.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, Jael. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna be honest with you, Jael.
Listen real quick.
Go ahead.
Listen real quick. Just based on what you said earlier, you tell me if you think this is a team that would actually compete in the West next year. Luka, Andrew Wiggins, Norman Powell, LeBron James, Andre Ayton starting, and then we have Rui, Marcus Smart, Jackson Hayes, and maybe fill in Herb Jones or Peyton Watson or whatever, anybody, putting anybody else in that last spot. You don't think that's a team that could compete? That's an actually good team.
Jael, you're just making stuff up now, man. Come on, man.
No, we can realistically sign and trade Reeves to get Wiggins, and we can pick up Norman Powell in free agency. That's real. We can realistically do that right now and bring LeBron back.
And then you mentioned Peyton Watson and all these other dudes. Like, come on, Jael.
I'm just saying, anybody we won't be able to get him, but we could trade Vando, Dalton Connect, and get Herb Jones, which is what they've been saying. Throw him on the thing. I think that's actually a good team.
Right. Yeah, you're getting packed up in the first or second round.
Do you want to hear a hot take?
You'll be in Cancun by May the 1st next year.
You want to hear a hot take? I don't think the Spurs were as formidable this year as everybody thought. I think if the Wolves were 100%, I think they would be playing OKC in the Western Conference Finals this year, and I think they would actually beat OKC.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
So I don't think all these teams are so far apart that you can't put together a team to compete with the rest of these guys. I don't think OKC and the Spurs are just so far ahead, considering they're going to have to lose guys. They're going to have to make moves too, that you can't put together a team that is formidable and can compete in the West.
Well, once again, you're just talking about the teams right now that are competing right now. What about the other teams that are coming? What about the Mavericks? What about the Jazz? Like, other teams are going to improve. They're not just going to stay sorry. Right. Like, it's not going to happen. So,
but you make it seem like we won't try to also, and we won't be trying to get guys.
Jael,
we won't
you
be
don't
going out
have
and doing it.
The Lakers don't have the assets, bro. If the Lakers had 4 or 5 good picks, if they had, the Clippers pick or whatever, I would be saying something completely different. You don't have the assets. Just because you're a Laker fan, you can't make assets appear out of thin air, Jael. You don't have assets.
But I'm only trying to maximize. So I'm saying what I'm saying to you, building it on the premise that we can get rid of Austin Reeves and maximize Luka and LeBron for the next 2 years and Luka for the next 3 years. That's all I'm looking to do. And then we can worry about assets and building in the 5-year plan after that. That's what I'm basing everything I'm saying on.
And what
As a Lakers fan, I want to be realistic right now, but I also understand that if we want to build for the future, we're not in a position to really do that right now.
And I'm telling you right now, Jael, if Luka is going to be your number one, you're getting clapped. Give me 1 second, though, Jael. We got AMJ Beats. Shout out to AMJ Beats with the $5 super chat.
I'm a rolling stone.
Austin Reeves, foul baiter.
We got AMJ Beats. Appreciate you, man. You said Lakers need a big 3 for a title in Luka's short window, not a rebuild of Mavs 2.0, which is a failed concept we already saw. Lakers can't waste time. Like I said, Jael, you seem to still be a believer in Luka. That's fine. Me personally,
I'm not a believer in Luka.
Well, you're saying to build around Luka and LeBron.
Yeah, well, I'm saying that because I feel like we have him and we stuck with him. But I agree with you when you say, like, I don't believe in him because he hasn't done it. But that I don't mean that I don't think that there's not a way that we can put together a team to give him the best shot to be able to. But as far as right now, if I had to bet my life on it and say, do I think Luka would win or not win? I would think that he would not win because he hasn't proved that he could do it. But as a fan of the team that he's on, knowing that I think that we are stuck with him, I think that there is a way that we can actually build around him to maximize at least what we got.
I see. Once again, for me, Jael, I think the only okay. Let me put myself in a Laker fan position real quick. Because I don't support the KKK, and I turned in my Laker card a long time ago. So if I was to put myself back into a Laker fan shoe for a second, I'm gonna tell you. Here's what I believe is the real way the Lakers can get back to being competitive. And I know a lot of Laker fans aren't going to like what I'm about to say, Jael, but this is the real answer. If the Lakers want to get serious about competing, it's not going to be through the draft. It's not going to be through trades. It's not going to be through any of that. It's going to be through Luka getting better at basketball. Huh? That's your only way, Jael. If Luka gets better at the game of basketball. That's your only way. If Luka does not improve at the game of basketball, I don't care who you sign, who you trade for, who you go get. He is not a complete player. He is very flawed. The way he plays, it's very flawed. It's very disgusting. So until he works on his game, which LeBron had to do. You remember when LeBron lost in 2011? He went and linked up with Hakeem. He came back the following year and won the MVP, won the finals MVP. There's steps to it. Once again, it's like building a house. You can't tear a house down and then think tomorrow you're going to, have a brand new home built. No, it's steps to it. So the first step is going to be for him to win an MVP award. And then the next step will be him getting back to the finals and then him actually getting over the hump and winning. And the only way he's going to do that, it's not going to be by blaming teammates, because that's all y'all love to do is blame his teammates every season. It ain't going to be because of none of that. It's going to have to be because of him. If he's as great as y'all claim he is, quit blaming the teammates, quit blaming the roster construction, quit blaming role players. He's got to get better. Because all y'all going to do next year, guess what? Here's what's going to happen next year. Y'all going to get everybody you want. You're going to go get Norman Powell and then Andrew Wiggins and Nicholas Claxton and Walker Kessler. Y'all going to get all these guys. He's gonna he's gonna get clapped, right? And then you're gonna blame Norman Powell. You're gonna blame Andrew Wiggins and say he couldn't shoot. You're gonna blame Walker Kessler. So it's gonna be the same story next year. At some point, y'all have to start holding Luka accountable. It can't always be, oh, well, we gotta build the perfect team. Well, we gotta do this and do that. No. At some point, he's just gonna have to get the job done.
I agree with you 100%. It starts with him getting better, changing his game, and doing what he needs to do. I agree 100%. No matter who you put around him, no matter what team he got at his disposal, like it won't work unless it starts with him. I agree 100%. I don't have nothing to say against that.
Because I remember when they put the big three in Miami together, right, Jael? You old enough to remember. You remember when they first started, the first year when they started playing? That first 17 games, they was like 9-8.
Yeah.
It wasn't a seamless fit. See, people got hindsight, 2020 hindsight is always 2020. People looking back on it, people like think, it was all sunshine and rainbows when they got together. No, there was a point where, they had to figure things out. Even when they lost and then came back the next year, LeBron said it. He said if they didn't win that game 6, he felt like Pat Riley was going to blow the team up.
Yeah.
So he said he had to win that game 6. So that's my thing. It's like, bro, look, even though the Heat, look at that roster. They paid the big three, Miami, Chris Bosh, D Wade, and LeBron. They gave them all the money. Everybody else was damn near on vet minimums or rookie deals. They had Zydrunas Ilgauskas, Carlos Arroyo, Joel Anthony, Mario Chalmers, Mike Bibby. They had vets and guys still on rookie deals.
Yeah.
So that was not a perfect roster. They had to figure that shit out, and they had to figure out how to win. No excuses. So my thing is with Luka, bro, we got to stop, bro. This nigga, he's not LeBron. He's not 40. Like, I make excuses for LeBron because LeBron is 41, and he's done everything there is to do in the sport. He deserves grace.
Yeah,
Luka's
already proven.
Exactly, he's already proven it. So why are we giving him the same excuses as LeBron? He's not LeBron. You're 27. You don't get to just get away with the roster construction excuse. That's insane. You're 27. Nigga, figure it out.
I agree. That's what it's going to see. That's reality right there. And I'm speaking as a fan and being realistic. That's reality. He has to get better. You can't keep making excuses for him. You have to hold him accountable, which forces him to look at himself and make the necessary changes. And then, once again, we've said it before on previous streams. Who better to pattern it after than LeBron? You got the man right there in the locker room right next to you. Everything you just said, had to figure it out, had to get better, how to take care of your body, how to be a leader. Everything that you need to learn to get better is right there in the locker room with you. You got to take advantage of it. You got to quit crying all the time, quit being coddled, be accountable, and get better.
But see, here's the thing, and this is why I say I don't know if it's a smart strategy to build a team around a guy that's not from the States. You got to think,
Is it any?
Exactly. You look at the players the Lakers have had: Kareem, Magic, Kobe, Shaq, AD, LeBron. These guys are American. So the game, they have a genuine love for it, a passion for it. We grew up we grew up playing this game. Ball was life growing up, right? So it's just different. These niggas y'all be getting from overseas, they play the game as a way out. And we can see it. We can see soon as the season's over, Joker, first thing he doing is hopping on a plane and go ride his little horse. He don't love it like we do over here in the States. He played it because he grew up to be 7 feet and he could use the game to get out of his situation over there in Yugoslavia. Same with Giannis. Same with Joel Embiid. He was poor in the Cameroon. He just so happened to get lucky and grew to be 7 feet tall. So he said, okay, I'll start playing basketball. And God bless him. He got lucky and he made it to the NBA. Same with Luka. Are we sure he loves this? This is why this is what Nico was paying attention to, and y'all crucified him for it. Nico's studying this dude. He's looking at him like, wait a second, bro. I've worked with Kobe. Kobe was way different from this guy. But yeah.
Yeah, my bad.
No, you good. But yeah, that's just where I'm at with it. I like I said, you know, I'm just not sure. I just don't. I'm gonna be honest with you, Jael, right? I was never a big Luka fan. He gets traded, right? I'm not a fan of it. But it was a point where I was like, okay, you know what? Let me give it a chance.
Yo.
Yeah. What'd you say? Hello?
You there, Reg?
Yeah, I'm here. You can't hear me?
Let me see you go.
To make my soundbite part of the show. I never seen nothing like this where somebody that's a different blogger on a different stream takes your soundbite and DJs your shit. Like he's like a fucking DJ.
So yeah, I don't know what happened with Jael. But my whole thing, folks, is, you know, I just don't believe in Luka. You know, I tried to give it a chance when he got to the Lakers last year. I tried. I gave it about a week, and I just don't like him. I just don't like his game. I just don't like him. So I can't something inside me. I just can't be a fan of his. I don't know what it is. He said that's true. They usually grow up playing soccer too until they get too tall. He said Embiid was a refugee before he got to the He said Embiid was a refugee up until he got to the NBA. A refugee is crazy. He said good for footwork though. Basketball footwork for soccer players is simple. I used to play soccer in Boston. I was on a club team, D1 under 12. Yeah, like I said, Joel Embiid just got lucky, man. He grew to be 7 feet tall. You know, a lot of these guys just be getting lucky, honestly. You know, a lot of these guys just get lucky, man. You know, they never imagined that they would be, you know, in the position that they're in. You know, they just get lucky to grow and be a certain height. They get lucky genetically. And that's really all a lot of this boils down to, you know. But a lot of them, they just don't. Like, that's why I keep telling y'all, bro, that's why LeBron is my GOAT, man. Like, I don't think people understand, like, how hard it is to be LeBron James. Like, this man been at the top for how long? Like, you got to realize when you're at the top, niggas are coming for you. Like, everybody's coming. So to remain at the top, that's hard, bro. To keep working out and to keep training and to keep, you know, keeping yourself in peak physical condition every single year to remain at the top. Bro, that shit is not easy. It's really not easy. You know, these niggas get to the finals one time and then that's it. We don't even see him back in the finals again. Look at Devin Booker. Nigga, what happened? You got to the finals one time. You ain't seen you back yet. What's going on, my guy? Like, you don't want it no more? You don't want the spotlight no more? You don't want to play in the finals no more? What's up? What's up with Giannis? You got to the finals one time, my nigga. Where you been at? You don't want it no more. These niggas don't want it no more, man. That's why you got to appreciate somebody like LeBron, man. Man went to 8 straight finals, bro. 8 straight. And niggas shit on it like they could do it. Come on, man, stop it. You see how hard it is to get to the finals every year? You got SGA and the Thunder, they battling it out with the Spurs trying to get back. Look, the Knicks ain't been in 26 years, 27 years. They trying to get back. They trying to finally win one. You know how hard this stuff is, man? This stuff is tough. So, yeah, man, I think, yeah. You there, Jael?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, yeah. So what were you saying?
Yeah, no, I agree with what you was just saying right now. Like, it ain't easy. Yeah, people they shit on LeBron for making it to those finals, and they shit on him for losing. But how many people don't even make it there?
Or
Like,
get
he went
there
to 8.
and don't go back.
Right, or get there and don't go back. So yeah, I agree with you on that one. It's not easy, man. You got to put the work in. You got to be dedicated, and like you said, a lot of these guys, especially over from Europe, because I don't think the point is that they just use this to get out of wherever they at, because we do here too. Our people use it to get out of the hood here, but it's more than just a way out of the hood for them. It is actually these kids' dreams. Their life goal is to play basketball, not just to make some money to get their people out of their country or do their circumstance, but they actually have a love for the sport, and they treat it like more than just a job, because it is more than just a job to them when it's what you've pretty much dreamed of your whole life. And I don't think it's the same for the Europeans. I don't think they wake up and dream of playing basketball like they do over here in America. I think for some of them, it is just a way out.
I think sports, in particular basketball and football, like, it's such a big part of our culture. Like, I remember, it's crazy because I was working this one job. This was like the beginning of 2020, I think. Out in LA, I was working at this like Walmart distribution warehouse, right? So I was working there for like a few months. And it was this dude, we always would, go on break together, and we would, grab a beer, shoot the shit, talk about sports or whatever. And it was literally right before the pandemic happened, right? Like, literally the pandemic started probably like a month and a half after that, which is crazy. But I remember we was walking back to work one day, and I was like, bro, what would we talk about if we didn't have sports? Because that's all we would talk about. We would talk about either sports or some hoes or whatever. Like, that was our conversations. And it's just like, here in the States, our culture, like what we, enjoy watching and all that is like, it's really basketball, football, and then we love like music, rap music, all that. That's our culture. Drake got this one line on one of his old albums. He said, damn, I swear sports and music are so synonymous, because we want to be them and they want to be us. And it's true. The rappers want to be the athletes, and the athletes want to be the rappers. 2 Chainz had an album a few years ago, Rapper Go to the League. Like, for a long time, it's only now recently that there are like more avenues to make it out. Now that technology and all these things have come along within like maybe the last 10 years, now it's like, you can blow doing like, 30 different things now. But 15, 20 years ago, you weren't blowing. If you didn't make it to the league, or if you weren't no rapper or whatever, you weren't blowing up, So like, yeah, that's how it is in our culture. You know what I mean? Like, this shit means something to niggas. You know what I mean? And I just don't think them niggas over there in them other countries, I don't think they care about our game the way we do. So when I be up here saying what I be saying, niggas have called me xenophobic because I've said, I don't want these niggas in our league. But for me personally, like I said, I just don't like the way they treat the league. They don't honor it. You know what I mean? Like Kobe, this dude would play with a broken shoulder, a broken nose. Like, You know, Mike, they said Mike would play because, you know, somebody paid money to come watch him play. He couldn't let them people down. You know, you look at LeBron, he's played over 23 years now. So it's like you can see our people, our players, you know, the niggas that's here, they cherish the game, they appreciate the game, they give back to the game. And I just get the sense from these Europeans, these Africans, these Canadians, whatever, they just using our game to enrich themselves, and then they take the money back to their country, and then they go do what they got to do. And I'm not feeling that shit at all. I don't like it. So if I got to be xenophobic, then it is what it is.
Well, you know what? That's a really good point, though. Like, that's actually a great point because basketball, football, baseball, our sports are ingrained into our culture the way Jokic, he go back to his country because he loved horse racing. That's what they do over there. Just like over there across the seas, they love soccer. It's ingrained in their culture, and they love soccer the way we love our sport. So, yeah, that's a really good point. Because soccer, in the same adverse, over here, soccer don't mean that much to us as it does to them over there. They'll kill you over their team in soccer over there. Over here, it's just like something to do with your family where you can get some extra tickets or something. But yeah, that's a really good point, and how much it means to our culture. It kind of crystallizes something different inside of you when it gets to the point to where it could be just about money, or it's something that you love, or you doing it for the love of the game, or you doing it, like you said, because somebody paid to come see me. I'm going out there because there's somebody out there chanting my name who got on my shoes, not just because I get a paycheck. And I think more often than not for them, I think it is because they get a paycheck. Now, Giannis, I think he actually loved the game like Americans love the game. Like Giannis, he is one that I think really loves the game. And you could actually see it in the way that he plays. He plays differently than most Europeans play. He plays more American style basketball. But yeah, I agree with you. That's a great point.
Yeah, I just think you know, even when I look at music, right? You know, I just think, you know, when you got guys like, you know, Lil Yachty and, you know, just all these like sorry ass rap, and like I said, he you know, every 5 years he'll make one song and I'm like, okay, this is cool, you know, but in general, right? Like you have all these, you know, just sorry artists now, and it's just like, you know, they only got into music not because they had a passion for it, but because they knew that they could make a lot of money in it. You know, and I think that's when the quality gets taken out. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, you got dudes that just basically want to milk the system, but they're not putting out quality. You know? So it's just like, for me, you know, I miss the old days, you know, where there was like barriers to entry. Like you couldn't just put a song out on the internet and blow. Like you had to go through a label. You had to go through an A&R. You had to, you know, get media trained, and it was a whole process to it. You had, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like
There were gatekeepers. I know people don't like that term, gatekeepers, but yeah, it allowed people to not just be able to everybody to just get in, but it was a straining process where, like a strainer, how you sift out the all the rocks and impurities and the pureness drips through. That's what a gatekeeper was. It kept the quality high, and everybody couldn't just put a song out on the internet. Everybody couldn't just go and type something on their computer, pull up a mic, and then put some trash out. So people don't really like that term gatekeepers, but they were there for a reason. They kept the quality high.
Exactly. And I think yeah, for me, like I said, you know, I remember those days. You know, I remember those days where, like, you know, you had to be talented. You know what I mean? Like, I remember when Neo came out, you know, and he was dropping So Sick, and, you know, like he was in movies, you know, Stomp the Yard. And I remember Chris Brown, and when he came out, and it's just like, you know, now you see these dudes and it's just like, this shit is trash. Like, I literally would get in the car with my brother and he would put on, like, you know, the shit that these new niggas be listening to now, it's just like, I remember being in the car some nights, I'm just like, bro, this isn't even music. Like, this shit is so garbage. And then the crazy thing is he would be like, oh yeah, no, this is that new shit. You know, you try to make it seem like, you know, you're just old, but it's like, no, bro, this is actually garbage. Like, this is not even music. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like, for me, yeah, we're just at a point now, not even just in the NBA, but in the music industry, you know, Hollywood, whatever. It's just like, bro, I mean, they're letting Drewski host the BET Awards. I don't know if you saw that, you know, and shout out to Drewski. I fuck with Drewski, but
yeah, I saw it.
You know, you can kind of see, like, bro, they're they're just doing anything now. You know what I mean? Like they're just doing anything now. You know, the bar is just, it's in hell right now. That's how low it is. It's just like anybody.
Well,
yeah,
I think the NBA is in a better place than the music industry because I think you said it right, that remember when you had to have talent. I think the NBA is in the place that it is because there's more talent across the board. So the end of the bench is a little more talented now than it was back in those days. Maybe the high end talent, like our superstars, Tracy McGrady, Vince Carter, Kobe Bryant, what we have now as our high end talent is not quite where they were, but the overall talent on the team is way higher. I don't think the same thing for the music industry. I don't think the talent is up across the board because, like you said, they're just letting anybody in. At least in the NBA, there still is some type of vetting process. You have to go to college. There's a draft. There's workouts. There's mini camps. There's all these things that still are there to vet talent and make sure we get an adequate amount of talent into the league. But I don't see that being there in the music industry. I see, and like you said, everybody could just go on the internet and upload a song, and then that dilutes the pool as far as music, which what we need those gatekeepers, or like you said, that those A&Rs or those executives. We hate executives, we hate A&R, we hate management, but for a lot of these 9-to-5ers, they just don't know if management disappear, your whole job place will fall apart. You need managers, you need people in place to recognize talent, to put people in a position to be successful so the whole team will win. And I don't actually seeing that happening in music right now.
yeah. I mean, I don't know. I think in the NBA is kind of a clown show too to me. Like with players like Aston and all these white dudes. I mean, like I said, I've never seen the NBA. I've never seen a Lakers team. This year was just insane. You know, I've been watching the Lakers for 25 years. I've never seen a Laker team with 8 white dudes on it, you know. So to me, like I said, they're just trying to gentrify it and, you know, give these white dudes money because they're tired of paying the blacks, I guess, or they, you know, they want to. I don't know what's going on. I think the quality is just down, man. All the way across the board.
For us, it's Pelinka, because just taking into account what we just said, there's more talent across the board in the league. Why he just don't go get nobody? Summer after summer after summer, my guy just sat back and not did nothing, then try to pull off of some last second thing at the trade deadline. No, you can't adequately assess talent. You can't adequately assess guys. You can't put the right work in with them before the season and do what you need to do, just picking up guys halfway through the season. So because there is so much talent out there, that's how you know the Pelinka's being negligent. There's guys out there, fucking Jake LaRavia? Like, what the? That's the big summer signing? Considering how much talent is out there, that's what? Come on. Considering all the talent we want to give Aston, $40 million? That makes it even worse. Like, that's bad management. That's bad scouting. And like, we've done great drafting. We just don't do a good job nurturing and building up that talent to be able to take advantage of it. We drafted Lonzo Ball. Before his knee completely went out, he went to the Bulls. Bulls looked like the best team in the East. We drafted Julius Randle. Went off and became an all-star. We drafted D'Angelo Russell. Went off and became an all-star. Caruso, 2-time champion. Brandon Ingram, became an all-star. All these guys all around the league came from the Lakers, and we couldn't take advantage of none of these guys. Granted, some of those guys we gave up in the trade for Anthony Davis, which resulted in a championship, but a lot of those guys didn't. We just made bad decisions on the talent that we've got. Josh Hart going to the finals. He came from the Lakers. We had all these guys around the league that are at all of these teams being major contributors, and we couldn't take advantage of none of these guys. Even Scottie Pippen Jr. went to Memphis and started making a name for himself. We couldn't even take advantage of Scottie Pippen Jr. That is crazy. That's a travesty. We had all those guys in Laker uniforms at one point. Damn, I just pissed myself off. And then they're talking about going back and getting Jordan Goodwin. We had Jordan Goodwin. They gonna go back and get Jordan Goodwin. We had him. I don't know what the heck Rob Pelinka has been thinking, but that's why I want to believe so much in Mark Walters, because, like you said, he's proved it. He's won in some aspect, so I want to believe he can do it for us. Really, I agree with you still. Like 5-year plan to really build it up and tear it down. But I think, man, we got to get rid of Pelinka. I think just hiring this dude to back up Pelinka this summer, that's so when he mess up and he does it in for the end, it's a good leeway to get him out of there and maybe get this guy in as the basketball operations dude. So I don't think Pelinka's there to last long. I think they hired his replacement, actually. So
yeah. We'll see what happens, man. Jael, I ain't gonna lie to you, man. Good call, but I do gotta go lay it down at this point, man. I am getting a little bit tired.
Oh yeah, for sure. Good call, man.
So yeah. All right, Jael, good call, man. Appreciate you, man.
For sure. Peace.
All right, bro. Peace. Yeah, man. Shout out to Jael, man. Good call. Good dude. Good people, man. My bad. I'm reading something on Twitter. They said Tyrese Maxey got Bryce Young's girl and wifed her. Okay. That's interesting. That's cute, man. They said Tyrese Maxey really took Bryce Young's girl and wifed her, laughing my ass off. It's got to be studied why black athletes just rotate the same 30 girls. I mean, I don't know, man. Maybe she got some good pussy. I don't know. I don't know, man. I be seeing a lot of stuff on the internet, recently about dudes kind of like clocking other dudes' cocks and, who they're dating and who they're wifing. Like, I mean, I don't really think it matters. I don't really be getting, I don't get in between dick and pussy. I don't really give a shit, to be honest, me personally. Now, like I said yesterday, a story did break of, what was that fuck nigga's name? Oh yeah, Josh Jacobs. Yeah, this bitch ass nigga. This is when I'm gonna get involved in dick and pussy business. Okay? This is when I'm gonna get involved. So yeah, I didn't appreciate this story yesterday with Josh Jacobs. They said he put his hands on that queen, Ash Cash. Okay? This is when I'm gonna get involved in dick and pussy business. Don't you ever fucking put no hand on this bitch. Fuck nigga. Fuck is wrong with that nigga? You better fucking go take your steroids, pussy, and take your goofy ass to sleep. or it's gonna be a fucking problem, pussy. Don't you ever put your hands on this queen again. Fuck is wrong with that nigga, man? This nigga got me fucked up. You guys see what I said. If this fuck nigga put his hands on that Gawk 3000 queen, I mean this in all seriousness. Lock his bitch ass the fuck up. And I said what I said.
I said what I said. I said what I said.
Pussy ass Josh Jacobs. Nigga, fuck Josh Jacobs. Steroid taking motherfucker. Swole neck motherfucker. Put your hands on Ash Cash. You bitch ass nigga. Fuck that nigga. Put your hands on that queen. It's one of the greatest dick suckers of this generation. The fuck is wrong with that nigga, man? Oh, man. Nah, Ash Cash will be protected. She will be protected at all costs. But other than that, folks, I don't get involved in dick and pussy business. You know, a lot of you grown men be on Twitter clocking who niggas be having babies with and, you know, who niggas is getting pregnant. I don't really give a shit. I don't care. I don't care if you niggas wifed. The next niggas, I mean, all these bitches is fucking. So, I mean, it is what it is. Right? They all going. So, you just gotta find you one, I guess, that you like. I don't know. I don't know what to tell y'all niggas. So, yeah, man. Niggas is clocking Tyrese Maxey and where he, you know, who he's dating and all this goofy shit. I don't care, man. Fuck them hoes. But yeah, folks, I'm out, man.